Audio, there we go. It's audio in here now too. Yeah, so at any rate, where we are with the overflow rooms, I'm going to be calling, for example, the person that's speaking, then we're going to have, just like baseball, the person that's up next and the one that's on deck, or in the hole. And so we're going to try to give notice to people that are outside in the other two areas. Now, I also would like to, we have a researcher here, a committee assistant, and that's Jennifer Four. If there are folks out here that have very, very young children, or if you need to be out of here to pick up a youngster at school, I, as a past school teacher and administrator, understand and principal understand that need. And as a parent, now as a granddad, I think I'd like to get all those people in those categories up as quickly as possible after we go through the reps. So would you please contact Jennifer Four, and she can, on a piece of paper, write down those names, and I will go through those names to try to expedite and get you out of here. There's some also other people that may have real long distances. I'm talking about Colebrook and places like that. I'm not talking about Bow. I'm talking about Colebrook, or down, maybe way down on the ocean, or maybe over as far over as you can go on the Connecticut River towards Charleston, or the other direction if you live half in Maine and half out of it. You're fortunate to live on this side of the line. Please also let Jen know. So I really try to get people in and out of here. So also, as a rule here in the house, we do not want anybody eating in the rooms or drinking anything other than H2O. And that's, I ask that you think about drinking water while you're testifying. These rooms are very, very dry, and you're sitting here for an hour, 2, 3 hours, your body starts to notice that. So please have some water or get water. There is a bottle cooler right out in the hallway. I don't know if there's cups though, but you can fill up if you have to there. So with that, I'd like to welcome people to the committee. One other thing of notice is that when you come up, we do not want any paraphernalia or buttons or bulletins or signs, anything like that. We are looking for you to testify without that assistance. Please come forward, explain where you are, whether you're supporting or opposed, and go on with your presentation. Please don't repeat what others have already said. Try to summarize as much as possible. With that, I'd like to welcome Valerie McDonald. She's a representative who's going to be presenting the bill. I see her eagerly waiting at her seat. So welcome, Valerie, to our hearing today.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and good afternoon to you all as well, and to everyone in this room and the overflow rooms as well. For the record, my name is Valerie McDonald. I represent my friends and neighbors in my hometown of Salem, which is Rockingham District 25, and I am the prime sponsor of the bill before you, which is House Bill 115FN. I brought this legislation forward for a number of reasons, primarily to fund students, not systems, to ensure educational attainment is not limited due to a student's income or zip code, which are both beyond the child's control, and to make strides upon what was accomplished during a committee of conference over the summer. I served on that committee along with a number of you as well as members of the other body. Feeling that the final report was too much of a compromise from the original House position, the House ultimately voted not to accept the report, and as a result of that committee, no changes were made to the statutes regarding education freedom accounts. House Bill 115FN would change the statute, but only slightly. The only change is to strike income limitations from the eligibility requirements, which effectively removes less than a sentence from current law. The English teachers among us may note that the bill attempts to repeal a dependent clause from current law. However, this modest bill will have significant benefits. For example, every New Hampshire family would be empowered to choose an educational setting that best fits their needs and is most conducive to their child's learning. Current EFA participants attend non-public, homeschooling, and even public education options such as our wonderful public charter schools, 2 of which are located within my district but service students across the Granite State. Additionally, and I seldom hear this point mentioned, EFAs are permitted to be spent on testing fees, This enables participants to take exams for college credit, such as AP or advanced placement exams. These exams, which are administered by the College Board, can be costly. The current cost ranges from $99 to $147 per exam. And considering students often take multiple AP exams and families often have multiple students taking these exams, it can become a large financial burden. However, these exams do make higher education not only more affordable, but also more attainable. And as a result, there would be less of a need to debate other issues in committees such as this, like loan forgiveness, because there would be less of a need for students to take out loans. And I can personally attest to the benefits of the AP program, which combined with dual enrollment allowed me to complete college in half the time and at a fraction of the cost. And HB 115 FN would afford every student the same opportunity. Furthermore, the EFA program is both wildly successful and wildly popular. Notably, 72% of K-12 parents support ESAs, and 69% of those students support universal ESAs. I mentioned ESAs, or education savings accounts, which is a term used in other states for the sake of comparison. Recently, Arizonans passed universal ESAs in their state, and a new report suggests that the resulting expenditures came in under budget, and the same can be true in New Hampshire, and that report is provided to each of you. For specifics, I do direct you to the attached fiscal note on the bill, where the legislative budget assistant estimated the average EFA grant, if this were to pass, to be $4,419 per student. And on the other hand, the Department of Education, through their iPlatform software, checked this morning, estimates the average cost per pupil to be $23,999, and that amount keeps increasing year to year. So I said something to the English teachers, now to the math teachers in the room. You may note that 4,419 subtracted from 23,999 equals $19,580, which is an extreme tax savings. Also, under current law, when a family's income is assessed to determine if they qualify for the EFA program, their expenses are not considered. This was brought to my attention by Christy, who is a mother of 2 young children in Swansea. After an intensive search for the right fit, her children are learning in a way that meets their special needs. Having an annual income over the current limit, the family has been self-financing this. Unfortunately, Christy's husband was recently diagnosed with terminal brain cancer, specifically stage 4 glioblastoma. And as a result of paying for cancer treatments, the family's expenses have dramatically increased. And as a result, they can no longer afford their children's education, the option that was finally working for her children. The couple are taxpayers, they're small business owners, and several years ago, they decided to make New Hampshire their new home. So needless to say, they contribute to the New Hampshire community and don't deserve to choose between paying for cancer treatment and to educate their special needs children. At your leisure, I encourage you to read Christy's testimony, which is in front of each of you. However, I will note that it was difficult not to be moved to tears when I spoke with Christy twice this week. In the provided testimony, you will also hear the story of Amy from Auburn, who says an EFA allowed her son to read at grade level and catch up with his peers. Renee from Troy, she cites that her children's EFAs are miracles. And Hannah from Antrim credits an EFA with saving the life of her daughter, who unfortunately experienced sexual assault. These are just excerpts of a few of the testimonies submitted in support of House Bill 115 FN, and there is more testimony in front of you and available digitally, including from each of your constituencies. I find myself reading through these testimonies again and again. They remind me of the reason that I am here, which is to help people. Many of the stories in front of you, which I encourage you to read when you get the chance, are from parents and educators alike, and they are crying out to us for help. Isn't that our job as legislators? To help them? After all, if we don't help our constituents meet their educational needs, then what are we doing here? Thank you. and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the representative? Not yet. Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative McDonald, for bringing forward this this bill. It's really one question, but it's tied to some of the comments you made in your opening remarks. You talk about this being a just a slight change compared to existing law. So I just want to make sure I understand where you're going with that. I believe existing law has the program providing vouchers. And by the way, I'm using the term vouchers because I know some states call them EFAs, some states call them ESAs, some states may use other terms as well. But vouchers, I think, is the universally generic term for programs like this. But currently, under state law, state of New Hampshire will provide vouchers to students who are in families earning up to 350% of the poverty guideline, and that's about right at the median household income statewide. So by removing the income cap, this bill, and I just want to make sure I get this right because you're talking about a slight change. This bill would make these vouchers available to families making well above the median household income. Am I correct in that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. And in regards to a slight change, I was referring to the language of the bill itself. And if you were to look, the bill, not including the fiscal note, is less than a page. I'm referring specifically to lines 4 through 8, where you notice that literally part of a sentence is crossed off, not an entire sentence. As regard to the change, the 350% of the federal poverty guidelines, that is a figure given to us by the federal government, and it's a guideline used for a number of programs. That's not controlled within the state of New Hampshire whatsoever. That number could change, but currently for a family of 4, that's about $109,200. And so in regards to a slight change, I was referring etymology to the language within the bill. This bill would expand it to all families, regardless of income, because currently other factors, as I mentioned, such as expenses, are not included.
Okay, and follow up, Mr.
We're
Chair.
going to try to stay away from follow-ups. If you can ask a quick question.
It's going to be real
quick.
tied to that. So the answer is yes. I believe I characterized it correct. The existing law and what's being proposed here, and then in terms of the modest nature of this bill, and that's another term you used when opening the program up to families earning above and well above the statewide median household income. We're looking at costs growing by more than $100 million a year. Isn't that correct?
I would not agree with those cost estimates. I do have in front of you provided from the Arizona state, where they are a universal state. Their program is structured a little bit different than ours, but their cost estimates were seen a little bit differently. And in regards to the term modest, I do think it's only a modest request that every child has an education that meets their needs. I don't think that's asking for too much for a student. And I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Thank you. You made a comment that there was a tax savings. You referred to the 20,000 or so average cost of an education, which includes revenue that came from federal sources and local sources and state sources. And then you subtracted the average cost of an education freedom account voucher and declared that was a tax savings. So I'm a little confused by that, because if the student it goes to was already attending private school, that's not a tax savings to taxpayers or the state. That's an expenditure for the state. And if the
Do
student
you have a question?
yes,
We need it in the
and-
form of a
and-
question.
And if the student was in public school, then they will lose some of their adequacy aid. So can you explain to me exactly who's saving taxes here?
To clarify, the figure I was citing is on the DOE's website. If you go to their iPlatform, click on iReport, the number is right there, and that's $23,999 as of this morning when I checked. And in reference to the savings, I am referring specifically to parents when they choose to put their kid in an alternative education, their child that meets their needs. The savings is, I'm struggling a little bit to understand your question when you're saying that students that are already in perhaps a private school because the way the question is worded, with all respect, implies that that itself was not a choice. And so for that family, there's tremendous savings. And at the moment, you did mention public schools. We currently do have phase-out grants going to the public schools to make up for any loss to that school that they would receive inadequacy aid.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would you support amending the bill to require that the Department of Education's contract with the Children's Scholarship Foundation, which administers the program, include data sharing requirements so that taxpayers in the state have more complete information on how the program is operated and the funds are administered, and so that the ongoing audit of the program could be accurately completed with all the data needed?
Thank you for the question. It's nice to see you again, Representative. As for the Children's Scholarship Fund, I do know they have representatives here, so that question may be better posed to them. However, as regarded in the EFA statutes, the third party that administers the program, which is currently the Children's Scholarship Fund, is able to operate the program and take 10% for administrative fees. It is my understanding that the Children's Scholarship Fund is using far less, closer to 7 or 8%. For exact percentage, I would again refer to the Children's Scholarship Fund. So that reporting information is completely available to the best of my knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be more clear, my question was not about the amount of money paid to Children's Scholarship Foundation to administer the program, although that's a separate concern. My question is about getting the information on how the money is being spent, what it is that we are paying for as taxpayers, and we're not getting that information. So the question is, would you support amending the bill to include a requirement that full data sharing happen from Children's Scholarship Foundation as the sole entity administering this to provide complete data to the Department of Education?
I do know for a fact the Children's Scholarship Foundation on their website does have a list of regulated expenditures that are permissible throughout the program. And I do know that it is monitored through an application known as Class Wallet. So all expenses are double checked. It's not that a family can purchase something without a separate check from the Children's Scholarship Fund from Class Wallet and only from certified retailers. So it is my best understanding that that information is already available. If it's the data sharing you're asking, that would be a question better directed to the scholarship fund themselves.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much for being here today, and best of luck during the upcoming session.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Representative Howard. Representative Howard here?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
he's in another hearing. I'll text him if you could just give him, he'll come in.
that'd be fine. Representative Wendy Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I'm here today in opposition to HB 115, which removes the income cap for the voucher program.
Mechanical error.
Okay. I was going to say, I just started.
I had 2 seconds, not 2 minutes, excuse me.
Okay. My concerns with HB 115 include increased costs for public funds. The voucher program often diverts money from public schools, which serve the majority of students, to private schools, which serve fewer students. This can lead to unfunded public schools, larger class sizes, reduced programs, and inadequate resources for teachers and students. Specifically in New Hampshire, the state's Education Freedom Account program has significantly expanded. Initially projected to cost $130,000, the program exceeded $14.7 million in its second year, far surpassing early estimates. This shortfall means less funding for public schools, which still must educate the majority of children. Increased local taxes. When public funds are redirected to private schools, local taxpayers are often left to cover the gap to maintain public school services. Specifically in New Hampshire, the EFA program is funded through state dollars, but as more families opt out of public schools, fixed costs like teacher salaries, transportation, and facilities remain. With less state funding, municipalities will need to raise property taxes to make up the difference. Lack of oversight and accountability. Private schools accepting vouchers are often not held to the same standards as public schools in areas like curriculum, teacher qualifications, and student performance. This can lead to inconsistent educational outcomes. Specifically in New Hampshire, private schools in the EFA program are not required to follow the state's rigorous academic standards or assessments, making it difficult for parents and policymakers to evaluate their effectiveness. Support for religious schools. Voucher programs often direct public money to religious schools, raising concerns about the separation of church and state and the promotion of specific religious ideologies. Specifically in New Hampshire, over 75% of the schools receiving funds through the EFA program are religious institutions. Was that really 2 minutes?
That was 2 minutes.
All right. I'll just give you my final sentence. Voting against HB 115 is one of the most fiscally responsible actions you can take for the New Hampshire taxpayers. Thank you very much. I'm available for questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Farrington?
This is
That's Howard.
Howard.
Yeah, sorry, I was in another committee meeting.
Oh, okay, that's okay. We'll put you in then,
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
so you can hustle
really
back
do.
there. Yeah.
I really do apologize. Sorry, I serve on EDNA and we're meeting right now as well.
Well, we have 3 members that are other places right here.
Yeah.
You can see.
Yes. So, honorable members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, my name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington. And just like the overwhelming majority of people, I have responsibility for the state and would operate as a tax subsidy for the wealthy who are already sending their kids to private school. It makes no sense when we are seeing serious budgetary constraints in the formation of the Commission on Government Efficiency under Governor Ayotte, and that we would pick up the tabs of people who are willing and able to pay for these services. It just seems rather inefficient, if you ask me. Every single school in the state has minimum required operating costs that they have to pay for, like heat, water, electricity, maintenance, faculty, staff, and that's before getting into things like books, lesson plans, paper, and printing costs. My point is no matter how many kids attend a school, there are costs that will remain the same no matter what. And removing these funds from already struggling districts in order to pay for people who were previously paying private tuition out of pocket will make it even more difficult to cover base costs. Last year, we failed to pass increases in adequacy for both funding for both general and special education, and it was found that we have a constitutional obligation to act as ruled on by the courts. If anything, the money we are spending on this, I would rather be spent on special education because private schools do not have to adhere to the requirements of educating with people with special needs and can refuse service to individuals. Regardless of how you feel about the voucher program itself, we have a duty to fund public education first, and the state has been failing to do that. Maybe we should, before funding private education for the wealthiest in our state, we should do the bare minimum and fund public education first. Thank you, and no questions.
Thank you very much. No questions. Thank you. Representative Farrington? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sam Farrington, and I represent Rochester, Ward 4. I just want to share with you all a story today about how one of my constituents in particular would greatly benefit from expanding the Educational Freedom Account program. Over the course of the summer, I campaigned, I did door-to-door campaigning. This family in particular, it was a father and a mother. And when I handed them my campaign card, they saw that I was in support of expanding educational freedom, school choice. Now, after talking with the family, I learned just how important the issue is to them. They have a son, and now he's in high school. He goes to a private school here in New Hampshire. But a few years ago, he went to Rochester Middle School. And at the time, he was a mediocre student. Not a bad kid, but just not the best student. And then the father shared with me that the son was being sexually harassed in the boys' bathroom. As one would imagine, you don't know how to respond. Your heart breaks. You just don't know what to say to them. And later on, with talking with the father, I learned that he had to pull his kid from the school. You know, the school wouldn't do anything about it or couldn't do anything about it, but that was their decision as a parent. The worst part of the story is that the father had to go into debt to pull his kid from the school. And now, like I said, he goes to private school and he's a straight A student. And most importantly, his psychological issues, the emotional issues, those are gone. I share this story because this circumstance shows why there is a cause and a need for the state to increase educational freedom. A parent shouldn't have to go into debt for their son or daughter to succeed. Thank you, and no questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. I'd like to call forward Representative Wendy Thomas. Oh, we need to get over there then. Okay. Okay, you're welcome. No, we're not going to do it 2 times. Representative Megan Murray.
Thank you. Hello.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Yes, same to you.
Yeah.
Honorable members, for the record, my name is Megan Murray. I represent the towns of Amherst and Milford. And I'm here in opposition to House Bill 115. HB 115 flies in the face of our commitment to locally elected public school boards, public education, educators, and our students. The EFA voucher wallet system has no legal requirement to financially report to the Department of Ed, to our local boards. Even though they may do that from time to time, there's nothing in current statute that says that they are required to do so. Once those funds are dispersed into these accounts, large amounts of payments are going to these accounts with our public taxpayer money being placed in those accounts without any real requirement to report those in any real significant way back. The other concern that I have is before we consider opening these unlimited expansions is that we're making sure that we are taking care of special education needs. This is another sort of area and component to our education, especially in public education. We have a duty to educate all children. And it is not clear to me through the vouchers or the wallets whether that is happening or not, because we don't have that information or data coming back to us. Our school boards do those things, report those things back to the state. Though we may have to travel over to another third-party management software site to get this data, there is nothing in statute that is requiring that information to come back to the state of New Hampshire for fiscal transparency and oversight. I am strongly opposed on this on behalf of my constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from you willing to take questions?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Like to invite Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Representative Cyril Orrs, represent Chichester. And I just wanted to say, as people graduate, as students graduate from K to 12, they have choices. They can go to Dartmouth, they can go to Southern New Hampshire University, they can go to MIT, like some of us in this room, Arizona State. You can pick a place. And they have that right to go. Now, why do they have choices? Why would they go to a different university other than maybe a school here in New Hampshire? Because probably that school offers something that will benefit them the most. I'm a graduate of a Christian university. Why did I go to a Christian university? That was my choice. That is where I thought I would get the most bang for the buck. So why do we limit K through 12? If we have parents that believe that their student would perform better, do better, and it would be better for that student to go to a different school, whether it's the next town public school, a chartered public school, a Christian high school, whatever, I don't see why we would want to limit their choices. And by the way, I'm really glad you got to see me today. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Representative Stephanie Grund. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Representative Ladd, and thank you to the committee for having the hearing today. My name is Stephanie Grund, and I represent Hillsborough County 34, which is Amherst. I'm here today to present my opposition to HB 115. There are many reasons why, and I'll be as brief as possible. Impact on public school funding. There is an obligation to support public education in our towns. Raising the voucher cap will divert funds from public school, especially in underfunded districts. Has there been a study to ensure that public schools will continue to be funded appropriately? Access to quality education. Vouchers are not adequately addressing issues of access to families in lower income neighborhoods because they may lack the resources to navigate the system or to travel to other schools, especially when there are not many choices near their town. Raising the income cap will just allow more families that are already in private or religious schools to access the EFAs. The point of the EFAs was to ensure students could leave the program they are in and find a better pathway. If a student is already in a setting that works for them, then this money is not for them. They already made their choice. And who is ensuring that students that are receiving vouchers are being held to a high standard of academic performance? Our public schools regularly test and report the results to the DOE. One of the reasons is to ensure schools are meeting the standards of education. If public schools who take public money are held to high standard, shouldn't any family that takes public money in the form of vouchers be held to the same standard? Before you lift the income gap, there should be a requirement that all families taking voucher money are taking the same tests public school students are to ensure the money is being used to properly educate and produce adequate results in the education. It should not matter if a student is attending a private, religious, homeschool, or other program. There should be a requirement for testing and reporting to the DOE to ensure students are receiving the education they deserve. As there has been no true audit of the current company managing our state EFAs, there should be no money flowing through until an audit is performed. I will again point out that all public schools receive an audit by an appropriate accounting firm. Can I?
Just finish up or summarize it very quickly.
I have one last, yes. These results show that monies are being used in accordance with laws and that what is given to the public is trusted. But right now, there's no way to trust or show that current monies are being handled legally. Let's keep the standards the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Representative Tim Horrigan.
So I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. And I have some written testimony, and I've actually theoretically seen it 3 times because I submitted it to the portal, I emailed it to everyone, and I handed copies around. But anyway, so the program, it's my opinion, a fiscal time bomb, even in its current form. And as others mentioned, it's ostensibly limited to 350% of federal poverty guideline, but in many cases, essentially, there already isn't a limit because once a child qualifies, he or she stays qualified forever, even if the family's income increases, which would normally be the case, given that most parents are in their prime earning years at this time when they're raising their children. So, but this bill relieves in that limitation, and we expect the program to go dramatically. So the fiscal note, I just don't. It's rather vague. I don't trust it. I don't trust it at all. And I think I attached in the back my printed thing an analysis by a group called Reaching Higher New Hampshire, and I don't necessarily take that as gospel, but that's an extremely conservative estimate, just assuming the number of private and homeschool students doesn't increase, which of course it will increase. And they say it's 100 to 130 million. So that's, it's really not affordable given the budget situation in our state. And Anyway, the program also is very poorly designed. It creates a huge entitlement program, turns it over to a small private organization with little or no oversight. That's the Children's Scholarship Fund, which is based in New York City, although it does have a small office on Loudon Road, actually on the campus of a local church, and which has raised another problem with that organization, which is it's an advocacy group for one type of private education, i.e. religious schools, both parochial Catholic schools and so-called Christian academies. And the Department of Education, I think, has been its oversight has been extremely ineffective. And the design of the program is almost impossible to audit anyway. So I think this is private schooling. I think at least at this time with our budget situation should be funded with private dollars, which they're not evenly distributed, but they are very abundant, and our taxpayer dollars should be saved for public schools. So that's why, and I'll.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and.
Thank you again.
And you'll be hearing from me in a few weeks. I have a similar bill about
Yes,
this
I know
program.
you do.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Representative Stephen Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm a representative from Manchester, Ward 12. I received over 50 emails for this in support of this bill today, well, actually in the last few days, to support the bill. I didn't receive any that would say not to support the bill. But I want to come to you from a different perspective. Being that I was an EFA recipient and my daughter was in the program, I have a different perspective on how it can actually help. Being that the EFA program was near and dear to my heart after, my daughter went through it, I was able to see how it can help other families, and I've seen that a lot. Not to say that, the families that are in the program would have chosen it if there wasn't a different pathway for it, like with the ESA and other programs, but to say that the expansion of this program would be fiscally irresponsible is something that you guys have to decide. What I'm telling you right now is that I think in terms of the physical side of what the kids are actually going through, right now in Manchester, we have 26% efficiency scores according to the Department of Education. So the conversation needs to change. Not so much, obviously, fiscally responsibly, you need to discuss that and how that works out. But as far as the children go, we need to focus on that. And that's one of the things that's lost. In Manchester, I've seen that we've increased about $14 million from the hold harmless grants that were given to the city of Manchester because of these students, the 852 students that have joined the program. That has increased the funding of the city of Manchester schools, if you look at it. And that is something that's going to phase out, I believe, in 2028 to 2030. So again, the argument is that the schools definitely have to figure out how to be able to manage their funding a little bit better in their budget. But there's two sides to this, that the education of the children that I have firsthand experience in can be far more improved. And again, my daughter is signed up to speak too, and she's going to speak on this to let you see from a kid's perspective. But beyond that, I would just say that I support the program, and I wish that you would vote for it, yes.
Very good timing. Any questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You cited that you had received 50 messages in support of the bill from constituents and 0 opposing it. Are you aware that the current numbers online of folks who have submitted in support or in opposition are 744 opposed and 3,107 in, I'm sorry, I said that backwards. Whoops. 744 supporting the bill and 3,107 opposing the bill. The statewide numbers are apparently quite different from your constituents.
I appreciate that, and I did not know that number until you just said it. Again, I'm only doing what I have from the emails that I get. And again, I encourage anybody that's listening or watching to reach out to me and tell me their feelings and opinion about it if you're in my district. So,
thank you. Not seeing, yes, Representative Luna.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Would you possibly support an amendment to this bill that would require the state to perform an annual audit on the performance of the program, make sure that it's compliant with state laws, the way other public assistance programs are monitored in the state?
To be perfectly honest with you, I haven't looked into that part of the bill to understand what is already there. I'm hearing it now, and I will do my due diligence and look into it more to understand it better. So I guess that's a question that I would better answer in the future when I actually have time to read that portion of what it currently says in the law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much. At this point, there are still 5 or 6 reps I want, but I also have some notices here that there are several parents that have to be out of here by 2 o'clock, and we're almost on it. So this is just, I think Michaela Demeter is on the other room. So, oh, you're here. Okay, good. Thank you. And Brenda Quinn will be next. We're going to try to unload some of the parents and all.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michaela Demeter. For the record, I serve on the Dover School Board, and I'm also on staff with the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project, though today I speak only for myself. I oppose HB 115's attempt to expand the voucher system in New Hampshire, as I believe it represents a spending decision our state simply cannot afford to make. An expanded voucher program is a fiscally irresponsible use of limited taxpayer funds. Approximately 20% of Dover's 3,500 students, including my son, receive special education services. Last year, our district submitted nearly $5.8 million of special education aid reimbursement requests. The state paid $1.53 million, less than 27% of what was submitted, forcing Dover taxpayers to make up the $4.2 million shortfall. This gap widens annually, as shown on the chart I've passed around. This reality negatively affects all communities with students receiving costly academic support, not just Dover. But we're here to talk today about vouchers, so I'll tie the two together. This year, New Hampshire's voucher program has cost taxpayers $28 million, nearly twice the statewide shortfall in the Special Education Aid Fund. Reaching Higher New Hampshire, as mentioned earlier, has predicted universal eligibility in this voucher program could cost New Hampshire taxpayers more than $100 million each year. This spending will not save taxpayers any money, as some proponents, including the person who submitted this bill, have suggested today. We must assume every single private or homeschooled student in the state could or would enroll in the voucher program. These students currently receive no state funding and would be a new liability for taxpayers. Meanwhile, many districts like Dover are already not receiving all necessary funds to adequately educate their students, including those with disabilities. These expenses sit squarely in the must-do category. Indeed, state and federal laws require it. I'm not here to invalidate anyone's personal voucher story. I'm simply here to remind the committee that vouchers aren't a must-do. They are a want-to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, Representative Nuno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Demeter, for joining us this afternoon. You talked about the questionable tax savings, and I think tax savings was one of the things that the sponsor of this bill was really leaning on heavy. But out of the previous year, so the last year of the voucher program, where we have full data from the Department of Education, that there were 5,321 students in the voucher program, but only around 200 of them had actually exited from their public school to take a voucher. Could you sort of contextualize that in terms of what that means for tax savings?
Sure, yeah. In the Dover public school system, we haven't really seen all that much difference. The majority of people, as you mentioned, who are using the existing voucher program are coming from either existing homeschool or private school relationships. The numbers that I have seen fluctuate a little, but generally it's around 85 or 90% that I've seen never were using the resources available in the public education system. So I think it is a misrepresentation to say each person who uses an expanded expanded voucher program would be saving the state 19 or 20 or whatever $1,000 it was, because these students weren't using taxpayer funds to begin with. By contrast, they would start using new taxpayer funds. And in a year where we have budget shortfalls and concerns about how much revenue we're raising and how much revenue we've lost, I think it is, I go back to the phrase fiscally irresponsible. I think it is not money that we have to spend to create new spending for students who weren't previously receiving these funds. Thank you for the question.
Further questions? We do have a number of parents waiting to get out of here. Representative Damon.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I believe you indicated that you're a parent of a student who receives special education services.
Sure am.
And I'm thinking that as a school board member, you're aware that children who receive an education voucher sign a waiver to not participate in the federal requirements for special education.
Sure am.
Could you comment about that and about your experiences as a parent of a special ed student in public school? And thank you.
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. Boy, 2 minutes goes quick. I had originally had more in there about my son. My 14-year-old is a 9th grader. He's been receiving special education services since he was 7. So he's now 7 years into the public education program receiving special education services. Because of lack of funding, he didn't have a paraeducator for his entire 6th and 7th grade year. Those are hard years as a middle schooler to not have the support that you require and that the federal government has mandated you deserve through the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. I think it's essential for us to remember that students who receive special education services, they are the only students in the country who have a federally protected right to a free and public education. And as I mentioned, this is why I included the data I did. As I mentioned, when you have schools like Dover who are demonstrating that the amount of money that's coming from the state is not enough to provide those services, we have that continued downshifting to local taxpayers, it has negative effects on students like my son, who didn't have the ability to receive those services for 2 years in a row. It's getting better now for him. Thankfully, he's a freshman now and he's really thriving at Dover High School. But it was really rough in those mid-years, and it would have been rougher if his disabilities required him to receive out-of-district placements, which, as we know, regularly cost 6 figures a year. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Gabriel Jetty and then followed by Wendy Santiago. And did we have Brenda Quinn? Yeah, Brenda, come on up, and then Gabriel Jetty, then Wendy Santiago.
Thank you, honorable representatives, for hearing my thoughts. I will say I've heard a lot about the financial, and I was actually going to say some focus on the financial, and that there's financial irresponsibility in a program that is for the merit of children. And I'm a mental health professional. I've worked primarily with children for 36 years and care very deeply about their well-being. So I want choice. I'm a New Hampshire resident from birth. I like choice. But I also understand that the lack of accountability for any programming outside of the public school district is very dangerous for the young people that I see. I also want to just speak to a couple things that were stated. One, that choice is an important thing for young people. I think public schools are an important thing for young people. And if you look at the developmental task of young people through grade school, through high school, generalization is incredibly important, and meaning that sitting next to somebody with a different opinion, a different background, different needs, is imperative to healthy development. And public schools offer that. It is not for everybody, I understand, but those who fiscally can decide to be elsewhere can do so. This expansion speaks to making this available to people who could already afford to make that choice. And the voucher as it stands now allows for people who can't to have their needs met. But I do think that I would much rather see, for the well-being of the many kids that I've seen through my practice, that the public schools get more of the attention that they need, and that special education needs get better addressed, as they were back when I worked with the area agencies in my first 9 professional years, integrating kids into schools. We are not adequately nor fairly funding those. And I understand there's a plan available to do that. I would rather have our energies put there than expanding a voucher program that does not assure or even offer any kind of accountability, and does offer an increase in taxes that are going to harm so many people who want to stay in their homes and stay in their towns and stay in their communities that are largely built around healthy public school systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. So we have, is Gabriel Jetty here? Oop. Okay.
You can sit right on my lap.
Come on. Okay.
Okay, sorry, we're just
You
getting
got your hands full
situated.
there.
Yeah. Awesome. And I'm assuming it's about 2 minutes, right? I'll just keep my eye on the
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good afternoon. I first just want to thank the committee for listening to public testimony on this bill. My name is Gabrielle Jetty, and I am here today to ask for your support of HB 115. I am a born and raised New Hampshire citizen. I've been here my whole life. My husband and I have 3 children. 2 of them are with me, and the ages are 6, 4, and 1. This is Henry and Gracie. And as a mother, I want to, and I try to give my children the best opportunities for them in the ways that fit their individual needs. Because of this, we have enrolled our children at St. Francis School in Litchfield, where we live in Manchester, but it's very close to us. We could not be happier with the education that they have received so far. Henry right here has gone from having problems with letter recognition to reading in just a few short months. They have natural science classes in the woods. They have a little farm with sheep and chickens that the children help out with. So it's just a really holistic education, and we've really, really loved it. They also have very small teacher to student ratios, which allows for more of that individualized learning, which has very much benefited Henry as well. But we, like many other families, sit just above the income limit to qualify for the EFA benefit. Now, because of this, we do pay out of pocket for all of the children's education expenses. And we are able to make it work, but it's not easy. It is difficult. Every single month, my husband and I are budgeting to make sure, like, where can we cut things because the education is expensive. Now, again, as a mother, we want to give them the best opportunities, so we make those sacrifices. But expanding this bill, it would really help families like mine with 3 and 4 plus children, many of them at St. Francis as well, who again sit just above the income limit, but because they have larger families, they have a lot larger expenses to take care of as well. So anyways, I'm here again to ask for you to support this bill because it's really helped. The school that our children go to has been wonderful and beautiful, and we would just love to see that for every student. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Thank you for coming today. It's
Thank you.
with 2 youngsters.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next person is Wendy Santiago, followed by Michelle Sarah Wengren. Okay.
It's like a ski ref.
I guess I can lean these down here. So, thank you for allowing me to speak today. What I'm going to speak about is morally
Could you please start by explaining who you are so everybody else can hear it?
Yes, sir. My name is Wendy Santiago, and I am a recipient of the EFA. And so I represent my family, and I'm going to talk about the story about my son and how we came about EFA through the program. So my family started receiving the EFA approximately about 5 years ago. Before this program, my son had been in a school where he had been significantly bullied, including being taunted, verbally threatened, insulted, and physically harmed. He would come home with ripped pants and severely bodily injuries that needed medical attention from both his primary care office as well as specialists such as orthopedics. Unfortunately, the schools turned their blind eye to this situation. This is a public school, causing it to continue that my son My son's accelerated academics declined significantly, and he became afraid to attend school. In turn, I had to choose to homeschool him for the rest of that year. This incident has caused my family to be quite alarmed. If my son had had this same violent harassment in any other location other than a school, the individual's actions would violate the New Hampshire harassment laws outlined in RSA 6444, which supports to protect citizens, including children, from such offenses. Now that we have the EFA, my son, who sits next to me, has been flourishing significantly. Not only
Yes.
not only in his education, but in his self-esteem and confidence. He is 16 years old. He is a full-time college student. He just acquired his first job, and he's also a student pilot. So if it had not been for this program, this would not have been available for
Wendy,
my
if
son.
you have more, now Noah also completed a card here, so he's entitled to 2 minutes as well.
Okay.
So are you on Noah's time right now?
He can speak.
Hello, everyone. I don't exactly know what to say, but, well, I did have something planned. I just thought.
It's okay.
So, this.
Speak what you were talking. I don't know. Okay. So basically, everybody has a right to have school rights. My son is just one person out of many. We just heard testimonies of children being sexually assaulted, sexually harassed in the school systems. Everybody has a right to be free from those things, but if all families just took their kids out of school to homeschool them, we wouldn't have families working. So unfortunately, it is necessary to have a program like EFA to support the needs of these children who seek alternative schooling so they can avoid being abused at school. My son would like to finish.
So, I remember that one of the main arguments against this bill is that it provides much funding to Christian and other religious institutions. And while the Constitution does say that Congress and, well, any law-making people can't specifically support one religion, the EFA program doesn't specifically support only Christians. It can go to anyone. If a Jewish person wanted to go to a Jewish school, then they can go there. Same with a Buddhist or anyone else. And also, with the public schools, another big point was that the private schools don't perform as well as public schools, which to me that doesn't make any sense. Because of my brief time in a public school, it seemed quite the opposite. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Michelle, pardon me? Are there any questions?
Any questions? Yeah, questions.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say, Wendy, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Can I get your name, please?
Myself?
Noah, we got Noah's card right here.
Oh,
Yep.
thank you.
Welcome.
Michelle/Sarah Wingren, followed by Ronnie Grover. Yeah, GRO, yeah. Oh, there you are. Good.
I'm Sarah Wongren and I'm 10 years old. I used to go to public school, but am now going to private school. When I was in public school, there were after school activities, but as I went further into my education, things were getting cut off, starting with these after school activities. Then the foreign languages were gone. Just before I got into middle school, the school didn't have the budget to pay the teacher anymore. We need teachers to help with what we're struggling with or to go beyond the curriculum when we're ready. There's only one music teacher to teach grades K through 8. The money that you would want to send families going to private school could be helping public schools across the state have opportunities for students to learn what they love in the towns they live in. In conclusion, this money is better spent on public schools to help students prepare for high school, college, and their careers.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. And thank you, Sarah, for testifying today. So I am testifying today in support of a choice. I am asking for a choice I'm asking you to allow parents to make a choice to send their kids to quality resourced public schools in the communities that they live in. As you heard, as my daughter has progressed through schools, because of the choices that this legislature and the towns have made to reduce funding to the public schools, these students have diminished opportunities at every turn. And over the past couple of years, I've engaged in a significant amount of school board advocacy to bring these opportunities back, but there just isn't any local money to bring them back with. And so in the end, we made a very difficult choice to send our child to private school last year, both of our children. And it was hard. It was very hard. We had to make cuts. We are not going to remodel the basement that we had planned to do. We are not having the savings that we wanted to have. Can I have 2 minutes? And she also talked.
So take another minute.
Okay, thank you. My personal sting is that I don't have my ski passes anymore. But in the end, last year, we went to the annual meeting, and at the annual meeting, the fight was not about what programs we could bring back to the school. It was whether or not we could fix the leaking, moldy windows in the building. These are the choices that the schools have to make. And so I'm asking you today to make a choice. I'm asking you to fund public schools and make sure that students have quality schools in their local communities, so we don't have to drive 35 minutes out of our way to access a quality school. Or I'm asking you to make a choice to spend public money to make sure that people like me who choose private education can afford ski passes in addition to that private education. I think the choice here is clear on where your public money is best spent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Sarah, did you type all that up yourself on that report?
I did, but then my mom did help me a little bit with the editing, but it was mostly me.
Very good job. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
Ronnie Grover and Donna Chick is following Ronnie.
Hello, I am Ronnie's mom. My name's Amanda Quince, Quince. This is Ronnie. He is 11 years old, and he has been participating in EFA for about 2 years. Ronnie was in public school for 7 years. We live in Kingston. He started when he was 3 in preschool. He got diagnosed with high-functioning autism and sensory processing. Now, throughout school, he always had a difficult time with the surrounding, the noise, the lights. So even though he was having a tough time, I still pushed him to go. Fast forward a couple years, he was being bullied at school. Kids were not being nice to him, and the school district would not do what he needed to make him feel comfortable and safe at school, which to me is not right. That's not right. Every child should feel safe at public school, and if they don't, they definitely should be able to receive EFA funds. Now, the EFA funds are less than $5,000 for a school year. That is not anywhere near what a private school costs. So right now we are homeschooling, so we don't have any extra money for anything out of the ordinary. We barely can get food on the table, but that money from EFA helps him feel comfortable learning and feeling safe at the same time. All children should be able to feel safe while they get an education.
May I speak real quick?
Just a second. I want to make sure that people are speaking do have pink cards. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. EFA has helped me through a lot. If it wasn't for it, I would not have all the supplies that I have to do and get a good education that everyone deserves.
Great job.
Any questions?
Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Thank you both for
Thank
coming.
you.
You're welcome. So is Donna Chick, and then followed by Renee Austin. Now, before we start, the kids are on your time. I got Donna right here. We're looking. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Haley Cajun. I'm 13 years old. I live in Ossipee. I'd like to start off with, I have been in and out of the foster care system a few times, involving 2 different states. Because of that, not only were my academics low, but my grades kept dropping. In my prior educational settings, I started to project an image of myself that really wasn't me. I was frustrated and I felt lost with my life. My family and I decided that homeschool was best for me. With the help of EFA, we have been able to hire a tutor. My grades are not perfect, but they're all on their way. And I am now able to take lessons for dance, which has helped me get out more and build my self-esteem. EFA has given me an environment to learn and to be successful in my education. But I do fear that if we no longer qualify for EFA funding, my family would not be able to offer the education that fits me best. My parents have worked hard to straighten their life out for the best. It would hurt me and them to see a piece of that hard work dug out and thrown away. Please guarantee EFA will be available regardless of my parents' income. Thanks.
Thank you.
I should be within the 2 minutes, but I might steal
You
a
got
little bit.
34 seconds.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Donna and I'm from Ossipee. My husband and I have fostered over 17 children and we have 12 adopted children. If learning from the trenches qualifies a person as an expert, then in the field of helping and caring for children, I hold that title. I've been a homeschooling mom for more than 24 years and I've seen my homeschool children succeed in their chosen fields. Beside me are some of my grandchildren. I'd like to focus on one of these great kids for a moment. 20 months ago, at the age of 8.5, oh, that must be her time. 20 months ago, at the age of 8.5, my grandson could not identify numbers 1 to 10. He didn't know his alphabet, nor could he write his name. Due to his parents' drug use, he had only sporadically attended public school. Upon taking guardianship, our immediate task was to educate him. We have utilized tutors and one-on-one homeschool instruction. He's here today so we can put a face on educational freedom. The thought that a financial cap could deny this child all the advantages he needs to catch up and succeed in his education should hit a chord with each and every one of you sitting in front of me. Some of my grandkids were in and out of foster care. Their end story is a happy one, as my daughter and her husband were reunited with their children 3 years ago. But along with the emotional toll these children paid, their education also suffered. Public school isn't working for them. Private school isn't working for them. Their parents recently brought them home to learn in the security of their home, where the closeness of family creates a safe learning environment for them. A cap on EFA could end this.
because we're going to have.
I'd like you to just take a minute, look at these children, and let them be the face of educational freedom. This program should be open to all children so that they all have the same opportunities as my grandchildren. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
coming, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work. Alyssa Sosa Molina, and followed by Daryl Hall Jr. Then I think we're done the parents. Yeah.
There are a few reps.
Yeah, I gotta get them too.
Hi. You're
Hi.
Renee Austin. These are my three kids, Lucy, Fiona, and Xander. I attended on public school for my kids. Each of them have special needs. And so when I was told by world-class experts, I'm talking doctors from Boston and even doctors Boston had flown in and I saw specialists, when they said your kids need this and this will be needed for school, I thought it would be really easy. I also have a niece that I helped raise, and 4 times I have been sat across from public school educators and been told that they do not want to follow the educational and even the physical safety plans for my children. So my intention was always to public school, but it did not work for us. We have found the solution in going private. We have PT, OT, we have neurology from Boston, and many others. The EPA allows us to make a positive choice. For my niece, this meant a private school. For my eldest, she's in a private learning program. For my middle and homeschooling, and for my youngest, when he ages into the program in the fall, it's going to be working with private OT and PT specialists to help him work on the skills he needs to catch up with his peers. And just to let you guys know, I've heard that the money is not tracked. Actually, every last penny spent by parents or schools on the EFA program is on the Children's Scholarship Fund website. And income level shouldn't be a factor. The parents who have millions are not going to bother with the paperwork necessary because there is a lot of paperwork for parents. And those who are on the edge who need this money will be able to access it. They should not have to decide between working 2 jobs to make sure their kids get what they need and having the money to send their kids where they believe that their kids do best. Please give all the kids in this state whose parents are on that cusp the opportunity to get the help they need.
Thank you very much. I saw the young one coming down the hallway, lickety split.
Yeah, he is very capable, and
He's very capable.
it's mostly due to the fact that we are able to access private PT. This school actually said that their primary goal was to get him walking, despite the fact that Boston Children said his primary goal is mobility. So it's been a long fight with a lot of different people. I want to be able to access this for my children.
Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for coming today. Are there any other children, I mean, young ones here? I heard a voice back in the corner. Pardon me? Yeah, and we had Daryl Hall. Yeah, Daryl. And then we'll have the corner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Daryl.
My name is Daryl Hall. I'm here with my family. We have 3 children, Olivia, Sophia, and Logan, age 9, 8, and 4. Thank you for allowing me to read my testimony. In 2021, we moved to Pelham, New Hampshire, and enrolled our kids in the school system. In 2023, the elementary school failed us by lacking quality education, inadequate disciplinary policies, and pushing disagreeable social agendas. The following year, we embarked on a personalized, attentive, and home-based education program for our children and all three have surpassed metrics from their public school education. According to town reports, enrollment in the Pelham School District has had an average 3% decline over the past 5 years, from 2019 to 2023, yet is an average 65% of total taxes. According to the New Hampshire Department of Education iAchieve data for the same period, students had an average English language arts, ELA, and math proficiency rate of 51% and 41% respectively. Their proficiency numbers fail to meet the state targets each year. Suffice to say, we have no intention to re-enroll our children into the public school system unless those shortcomings are remedied to a satisfactory level. These unfortunate circumstances leave parents to choose between a poor public school education or taking on the financial burden just to give their kids at least a decent private education. At the end of the day, it is always in the best interest of our children to choose the method of education that best prepares them for life with the values of our family. So, my statement to those who oppose this bill is this. As a family on the Mass border, where cost of living is high, my and other children in our community are being denied resources because of your perception of what success should look like. An EFA would help lessen the burden of providing a better education for our children by opening access to additional resources currently out of reach.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you for coming and thank you for your testimony. And I recognize Bo as one of the headline schools in this state. And you talk about having to face disagreeable social agendas. Was there any way for you to hold it, to address this with them one-on-one and just have a conversation with them, explaining to them what the nature of that was and why it was so disagreeable, or did they just shut you off?
Well, there wasn't really any one specific instance. It was a culmination of social agendas that don't fit with our family values.
Did they have these in writing?
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
You're multiple questions over there.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
If there's a forum for me to express those concerns with the public school system, I'm happy to do it. But just an atmosphere of social agendas being pushed in the school system made us choose to homeschool our children.
Okay. We want to stay right on 115. Yeah. Excuse me?
And Mr. Chair, just for the record, that was, what school were you talking about?
Pelham, New Hampshire.
Not Bo.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So thank you for the clarity.
Bo, so.
The corner. We had children. We have children all kinds of angles here, and a lot of cards. I want to get the real. You're holding children back there. Do you want to speak right now, or were you? Did I call somebody else prior to that? I don't think I have, because those are Daryl's kids over there, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much,
All right,
Daryl.
thank you so much.
Come on up. Yeah. Well, we'll have to find the name. That's just a new one. Okay. Yeah. We need your name so we can get the card.
Sure, it's Jessica Mehlig.
Pardon me?
Mehlig, Mehlig.
Okay.
And I am here in support of the bill. And I am not a recipient of the EFA because I lie, my husband and I lie just above that income bracket where we would be able to apply for it. And as a result, we've had to make great sacrifices. The only reason why we're here today is because my children had dentist appointments. Trying to put them back into school at noontime is a nightmare. So we were able to be here. And I wanted to speak today to say that even if we could get a little bit of support financially to send our kids to a school that supports what our family values are, it would change it would change the mindset for my husband and I. We live just above that line, and my husband works in sales. One more dip of the economy, and it wouldn't just be our kids' education. It would be a whole lot more. We live in Dover, New Hampshire. Rent in Dover, New Hampshire runs about let's just say I barely can afford my rent. I'll leave it at that. And should something happen and we wouldn't be able to do that, not only would we potentially lose our kids' education in the school, and he's 4, Isabella's 5. We would not only lose their school, but we'd probably have to leave the town and go to a different school. And this also presents an issue for us where our kids are established. And so just having the freedom of education for our kids is everything. I understand that public schools need funding too, but when it comes to my kids and our community around us, having an education that not only backs up what our family believes, but also like the values of the kids that our kids are in school with and spending a lot of time with. That's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Good luck down there in Dover. Thank you very much. Alyssa S. Is that the card now? That's okay. We got your card. Okay.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Sosa Molina. I'm here today to ask you to support House Bill H 115. I'm a senior in high school who has been receiving the Education Freedom Funds for over 4 years now. I grew up being homeschooled by my single mom until I was of high school age. I wanted to seek out new, better opportunities and try new things. For the last 3 years, I've been attending a private school that has afforded me much growth, opportunities, and a brighter future. I would be in a very different situation right now without the EFA. Just this recent year, I can tell you, a very dear and close friend of mine was being bullied at her school. It was drastically hurting her and her life. She needed a change, a new school. She couldn't go on in this same environment. She's now at an amazing school, but that wouldn't have been possible without the EFA. I ask you to please take a moment to think about someone you know, someone you love, who has been bullied, stuck in a toxic environment, or maybe they would be stuck at a level, unable to reach their full potential when they could be excelling in things they're naturally gifted in, perhaps like mathematics or history. Or maybe they would be even worse, experiencing the opposite, academically challenged, struggling to keep up with everyone else, their confidence and self-worth being torn down, leaving them questioning, wondering, why can't I be like everyone else? When they would be excelling if they could receive the help they needed. Think of these kids, please, who are at a disposition in their life that is entirely out of their control. They didn't get to choose their family's incomes, where they were born, or how others would treat them. Sadly, there are hundreds of kids like this in New Hampshire who face these realities daily. The EFA has started this positive change for these kids, like me, to have better growth, opportunities, and achievement to attain a better life they deserve. I would know, as I'm one of them. By passing this bill, you would be making the EFA more accessible to all, regardless of their income, giving these kids and their families a chance to attain a life they deserve. Wouldn't you want that if it were your child? So I implore you to please be part of these changes, to give these kids opportunities, which in turn create a better future and help them create a better life.
Thank you very much.
Because just as Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. These kids are counting on you. So please vote in support for HB 115 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Representative Mark Vallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Long time no see.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Good to be here. My name is Mark Malone. I represent the town of Epping, Rockingham, District 5. And I'm not here against Educational Freedom Act's accounts. What I am here as a capacity is also as the vice chair of the Epping Budget Committee. And as of right now, my opposition to this bill is based on the fact that family who wants to send their child to Phillips Exeter Academy, which has a tuition of $52,577 plus $900 for supplies, can get an education freedom account. Right? Is that correct? There's no limit. Now, I don't know how many people will actually do this, but if you think about the numbers of families out there who can send their child, if the day, this is for the day student, by the way, so somebody living in New Hampshire could likely apply for that. As a member of the budget committee in Epping, I find that outrageous that the taxpayers of Epping, and I walked around last fall campaigning to mobile homes, shacks where people were struggling to pay their property tax, that we're going to spend taxpayer dollars to fund someone to go to Phillips Exeter Academy where the tuition is $53,000. Now, somebody wrote that local districts spend, I think, like drunken sailors. I think I've read that someplace. What is it if we open the accounts to anyone, regardless of income, how much money are we going to be spending here? How much are the taxpayers of Epping going to be spending to subsidize people? Now, the folks who are here who are struggling, I see the need for the EFA accounts. I see that. But we have a cap and it's means tested. You want to take away means testing, you are taking away the ability of Epping taxpayers to fund adequately public education for the children who don't take EFAs. So again, think about that you are just opening, it's a Pandora's box that you are opening with no limits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Any questions for the representative? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Malone, for testifying here this afternoon and also for your service on the Epping Budget Committee. So there's been a lot of recent news, I think, related to some information released by the Department of Education, New Hampshire Department of Education, in the last several days with respect to the amount of state dollars that support public school districts. But one of the things they haven't released publicly is the fact that across all the 245 districts in the state, municipalities in the state, that only 100 of them received more state grant, and 145 of them, their state grant went down, in many cases very significantly. As a member of the Budget Committee, you're probably aware then next year that Epping's state grant is scheduled to go down.
Right. Right.
What does that mean for Epping?
Well, somebody's got to pay for the schools. So either we're going to raise taxes, and that was, I mean, we are very aware in Epping about the tax rate and about the implications of voting. And we had our public hearings both on the town and the school budgets last night. And, you know, it's not pretty looking at that. We have pushed back on school and town spending. But at the same time, we're looking at to try to keep, we have a teacher's contract, for example, is coming out. It's going to be a $400,000 warrant article, $400,000. That money is going to increase the tax rate. So I am just wondering if we're going to be able to pass that. And if we don't pass it, then we saw what happened the last time Epping didn't pass a teacher's contract. The district lost a number of really good teachers. This is what happened when we don't adequately fund our public educations, which educate the vast majority of students in this state. Got to keep that in mind. So we want to spend taxpayer dollars so some child can go to Phillips Exeter Academy with a subsidy. Now, it doesn't pay the whole tuition, but there's no reason why that family couldn't apply for it, and no reason why they won't get it. You have no controls on this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Further questions? Thank you. I'd like to call Jen Black, followed by Rofa Bean.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking me. I have a basketball game with my kids to get to.
Yeah, basketball is important stuff.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Black. I live in Wyndham. I'm speaking in favor of HB 115. Around the time my son was born 22 years ago, I spoke to a neighbor who was a longtime public school teacher in one of the local schools. She lamented the behavior of students and how hard it was to teach. She described the classroom as chaotic, as teachers were not allowed to discipline students. Concerned about my children's future education, I delved further. I asked her if she was able to call their parents when they misbehaved. She says teachers do not want to deal with parents at all because they don't believe their child is ever at fault. I asked, what about parents who want to hold their children accountable and want to make sure their child is behaving? She said, we don't want to deal with parents at all. We just direct parents to the principal. My husband and I, as parents of 6 children, did not want our kids' teachers to think of us as the enemy. We feel it is our responsibility to see to it that our children are raised and properly educated in order to be independent, God-fearing, responsible, contributing members of society. After discussion with this teacher, hearing stories from other parents, and reading up on the state of public education in America, my husband and I decided that I would give up my well-paying job so that I could stay home and raise and educate our children. I homeschooled for several years, but when my kids started becoming interested in sports and other activities, we looked at affordable private options. They were few and far between with 6 children. We found a small Christian school, and after talking to parents and teachers, we're grateful to hear that parents and teachers were collaborators, not enemies, in the education process. That children are not permitted to disrupt classes, and that students are well educated in math, reading, grammar, science, and history. Parents who determine that it's best interest for their children and for society in general that their children be educated outside the chaos of the local public school have to make many sacrifices to afford both the taxes that they pay for the public schools their children do not attend and the tuition for the school that they have decided is best for their children. Although we have never purchased a new car, never gone on extravagant vacations, never taken our kids on an airplane, our children have benefited greatly from our choice to avoid public school, and we do not regret our decision one bit. Unfortunately, there are many other parents who'd like to be able to make this decision but can't afford to make the necessary sacrifices. I would like to submit that you support HB 115, and I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rofa Bean. How do you say that last name? Yeah, I'm trying to. The next person up will be Gianna Gellery, G-E-L-L-E, Gelly, E-Y. Penmanship classes needed. Old manuscript, Sainer Bloser, the Palmer method, all that. So we're waiting for Rufa Bean. Yeah, Gianna. Who do we have here? Okay. Not Rufa Bean.
Thank you. I'm Gianna Jolsey. So I'm Gianna Jolsey, a resident of Madbury. I have 2 children in public schools, and I'm a school board member on the Oyster River Cooperative School District, SAU 5. I am here representing the school board of Oyster River. People move to our district because of the public school system. We oppose HB 115. I've heard many people today speak to educational attainment and access and the lack thereof. The best, most fiscally responsible, most equitable way to ensure that all students in New Hampshire access and achieve the best education possible is to fully fund public education. Vouchers, EFAs, do not ensure equity because even with aid, many if not most families cannot afford the cost of private or parochial education. This bill does not affect that fact because it expands access to the higher income as opposed to lower income folks. This is quite evident by who is already receiving the vouchers, which is approximately 75% of families who have never attended public school. Vouchers are not fiscally responsible, and this expansion would make it even more so. Their expansion negatively affects the school district budget and therefore services and programs the schools are legally mandated to provide. In order to maintain and achieve high standards, the funding shortfall must be addressed, which typically translates to unsustainable increases in property taxes and unfortunately cuts to services. This negative fiscal impact is particularly relevant in light of projected budget shortfalls, but also due to the current court-declared inadequate funding for public education overall, and those court cases are still standing, and the massive gap in reimbursement for special education, which is particularly affecting our district. Public education covers and accepts all students. Private and parochial schools do not. Public schools must accept special education students and are proud to do so, but private schools do not, and therefore do not show the cost. The vast majority of students in New Hampshire attend public schools. The voucher program is also deeply problematic due to its lack of accountability, oversight, and standards. The out-of-state organization running it has done such a poor oversight that an audit of a small subsample showed that 25% of the families enrolled should not have been. Public education, however, is very transparent, accountable, and has many legally mandated constraints and responsibilities. In light of all these things, I ask you to oppose HB 115.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for your work on behalf of public schools. Could you speak about your district's approach to teachers interacting with parents?
We have a pretty good access to that. We have rules where if a parent actually emails a student, they have to respond. If a parent emails a teacher, they have to respond within 48 hours. So immediately they have to have that. If that doesn't happen, then it immediately goes to the principal and the people have access to that. Communication in our school district is actually very good. People can email, they can call, they can visit, and there's typically not a problem with that. It's very open access. People attend the school board meetings. One of the things I think is actually a strength with Oyster River is the fact that the community is actually very active. And if they have a problem, they let us know immediately. So I'd actually say the communication is quite excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming today. Representative Bob Weary needs to pick up children by 3 o'clock. You're just about ready to miss that date. Followed by Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bob Weary and I represent Hillsborough District 13, the great town of Hudson. Education in New Hampshire is facing the challenge of economic efficiency. An increasing amount of money is being requested and spent while enrollment is sharply declining, and yet educational proficiency is also declining. From a business perspective, one might say we are simply not achieving the desired return on investment. What are we to do? It is time for New Hampshire to have universal educational freedom accounts. In support of universal EFAs, I would like to first talk about making quality education options more attainable. Though many communities offer an adequate education, not all communities offer the quality education desired by the parents and custodians that meet the unique needs of their child or children, as we've heard from several testimonies already. Suppose you have a student facing challenges not being met by a local school, or you have a gifted student. What are the options if a local school is not providing education at this quality level desired by the parent or guardian? There are limited options available, and these educational opportunities would be made more feasible and more attainable with universal EFAs. Next, I would like to talk about accountability and local control for the money being spent on students' education. Currently, parents and custodians using the EFAs have greater accountability than any school administrative unit has. First, each EFA applicant has their financial status verified and grants are then prorated accordingly. Then every item requested for reimbursement is reviewed by the EFA special program before the EFA funds are dispersed for reimbursement. Each request is reviewed and substantiated. I support universal EFAs because EFAs inherently provide more direct accountability for the money that is being spent. Through universal EFAs, we can give households greater control of a relatively small part of the total money being spent on their students' education. It is the ultimate in local control. Lastly, I would like to emphasize something mentioned earlier, return on investment. Universal EFAs allow for parents and guardians to make that direct investment into their student, whether it is tuition, tutoring, online learning, school supplies, or other scholastic expenses. Universal EFAs will give more options and provide for enhanced accountability for investing in their students. The students in New Hampshire will be found very capable if given the right resources and additional opportunities. Universal EFAs are a good investment in the students of New Hampshire. In the interest of time in picking up my own child from school, I will not be taking any questions.
Oh, thank you. And if you have a written comment, why don't you submit that to us too, or from the portal or wherever.
I will.
Thank you very much. Representative Joe Alexander, then Mary Wilkie.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of House Education Funding. For the record, my name is Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. I'm here today as a proud product of New Hampshire schools, but my story today is not about education I received. It's about the importance of giving every child the opportunity to find a school that fits their educational individual needs, whether academic, social, or emotional. As a young man, I struggled with my identity. I spent years coming to terms with being gay, but my experience in school wasn't always easy. I wasn't always comfortable with my surroundings or the people I interacted with, which made it harder for me to thrive. I'm proud of how far our community has come since then, how much more accepting and supportive it has become for individuals like myself. But not every child today feels the same comfort and security. For some students, finding a school environment that embraces them is not just important, it's critical. I fundamentally believe that we need to invest in families. If the school is not providing a good product for a family, the state should invest those funds elsewhere. I do not want any student to feel like the bullied gay child trapped in a school with no way out. This bill is about educational freedom. It's about ensuring that every child, no matter their situation, has a chance to find the school that's the best fit for them. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor HB 115, and I hope all of you will join me in voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much. Mary Wilkie, followed by Megan D-E-double-I-S? No.
Should be Davis.
Davis? Or, I don't know if I got... Gotta take care of Concord. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you. Thank you for calling me up. And my name is Mary Wilkie. I'm a retired public school teacher from Concord, and I oppose this bill. First of all, any expansion of this program, whether to universal eligibility or to 500% of federal poverty guidelines, which would be about $161,000 for a family of four, would mean more public money taken away from our community public schools, where nearly 90% of our children in New Hampshire attend. We have parents in communities throughout this state who love their public schools, but they're upset about high teacher turnover or lack of foreign languages or art classes, or the state of disrepair of their buildings. In other words, reduced opportunities that their children face because they happen to live in the wrong zip code. All too often, we hear of elderly people being forced out of their homes because they can't pay their property taxes, and that's because monies that the state is supposed to be providing are being downshifted onto the property taxpayers. We also have a serious revenue deficit looming ahead and the prospect of big budget cuts. So this doesn't seem to be the right time to expand this program by giving money to even more parents who are probably already affording private schools on their own, as have 80% of the people who are currently receiving vouchers. I'm also concerned about good stewardship requires getting good answers to questions before expanding a program. We don't even know if the $73 million that's been spent on this program has had a positive or negative impact on student outcomes. We don't have any data here to tell us, but in reports from other states show that voucher programs are leading to lower academic achievement, in part because many of the providers that spring up in response to voucher programs are of poor quality. To what extent are vouchers simply replacing scholarships that the schools were providing before, which would mean we're enriching the schools, and the families come out with no net benefit financially? I have a number of other concerns, which I feel ought to be addressed before you expand the program, and I feel you ought to know, we all ought to know, and they're on my written testimony, which I will hand in, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Thank you again. Megan Davis, is she back? I think she was putting money in a meter. Amy Hanson? Is Amy here? Okay. Yeah, and then we'll have Megan, if she's back yet from the meter, come on up. Not back? Okay.
Hello, Amy Hansen. I live in Amherst.
I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposal for universal eligibility for the EFA program in New Hampshire. While I understand the desire to provide more educational options for families, there are serious concerns about extending the program to all families, regardless of income level or specific need. One little sentence being omitted from the original law is a huge impact. 1, undermining public education. Public schools serve as a foundation of education for the majority of our students in New Hampshire and would harm low-income and vulnerable students who rely on public education for a quality and equitable learning experience. Equity issues. Lower-income families may still face challenges accessing private educational options even with EFA expansion. This divides rather than helps level the playing field by discounting families who can pay the tuition regardless of the vouchers. Selective enrollment. Private religious schools can also pick who they choose to come to their schools. And that changes the playing field as well, as some of the people who would benefit from it might not even have the option to go to those places. Accountability and oversight. Public schools are held to rigorous standards, assessments, curriculum, regulations, and also hiring requirements based on certifications. But private schools are not always subject to the same scrutiny, leaving students without the protections and supports they need to succeed, like IEPs and 504s. Increased financial burden. The cost of funding such program for every student could lead to higher taxes or cuts other essential services, such as education for all. Separation of church and state. Tax dollars should not be used for any religious entity. Expanding EFA to all students without addressing these broader concerns could have unintended negative consequences for both public education and students it serves. There is currently systems in place for our students who require out-of-district placement. We should use those. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well, next person up would be, is she back yet from the meter? Joseph Calderola? Calderola? Yeah. Welcome, Joseph.
Yes, I'll restate my name, Joe Calderola. I'm from Portsmouth, and thanks for having the open hearing. There's a lot of feeling about how choice has been so helpful to people, but the bill isn't about choice for what kind of education to get. The bill is about whether the public should pay for that. Because the bill proposes that the public, the taxpayers in New Hampshire, pays for that choice. And there's been this whole thing about voucher programs in the last couple of decades has been anathema to everything that came prior to that. Before everything that came prior to that, the public paid for public education. And what's been going on the last couple of decades is public funding has been cut and cut again. And then there's, people need help with vouchers. So it's radical and it's not traditional. There's a lot of things that are not conservative about this kind of a program. One of the things is it undercuts local autonomy. You have a lot of people in New Hampshire, I don't know how many hundreds of people in New Hampshire give so much of their time to school board service and all that sort of thing. And basically what it's telling them is, look, we're going to take money from the public system and fund private system. So it's undercutting all the efforts that individual people are putting into the school systems. So the other big thing about it, I've got to speak what's good about public school systems. I'm a child of immigrants, and I went to a public school where I was extremely low minority. One of the things it does is it works against the silo problem. We all live in silos now. It's a horrible problem. People don't talk to each other. They don't relate to anybody that thinks differently than them. Different cultural backgrounds, and every kid in school has to go to school together. And having that experience, I think, made a huge difference in my life because I got expanded to a lot of white people, and I think it makes a big difference to a lot of kids. So I'm here to speak for public schools and against the bill.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Thanks for coming up. Megan Davis is back. And followed by Hope Van Epps, EPPS. And then Representative Cordelli will follow that.
Hi, my name is Megan Davis. I am a recipient of the EFA. My daughter gets it. She's been at a wonderful school, a Dublin Christian, and I have no money to send her there. So without the EFA, she would not be there. And they have very high standards at Dublin. She was reading in kindergarten, and now she's reading chapter books in second grade. And, I'm really grateful for the EFA because she not only can go to Dublin Christian, but I can also send her to gymnastics too. So the $5,000 covers even more than gymnastics and Dublin Christian. So, it's a great thing for people in New Hampshire. And, I come from a middle income family, upper middle income. So like $200,000 my dad makes. And we have 3 kids in our family. And I don't think, he struggled at times to send us to private school occasionally. And it was very difficult for my family to do so. But when we were in a district that had bad schools, that's what he did. But then later he went to, send us to college. And that was just incredibly hard for him. So, you don't get to save any money for your kid's college education if you're putting that into private school. And so it's very, very bad, very, very difficult for parents to send their kids to private school. I think that's all that I wanted to say. Also, I find that I've been researching the spike of transgenderism. Okay, just this one last thing is that the Gen Z population is their transgenderism went up by 400% in 10 years.
I think we're getting off topic now.
Well, it's not safe.
Well, you're beyond your time limit as well.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much. Hope Van Ebbs, Glenn Cordelli, Louise Spencer.
Hope Van Ebbs?
Yes.
I'm here.
She's right, yeah. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Hope Van Ebbs, and I represent myself here today. As a mother of 3 and former Portsmouth School Board member that manage school budgets, I support public schools that educate the majority of our students. While not a perfect system, it is the system that levels the playing field and offers an education to all children, regardless of race, religion, gender, and economic status. Public schools are also a haven for much-needed social services that fall short in communities today. The pandemic magnified how much the public relies on public school social resources. Addressing bullying, it can happen everywhere. For my child, it happened in private school before moving to the local public schools. We found public school staff uniquely qualified to address the diverse academic, social, and emotional needs of students, regardless of their backgrounds. While alternative learning options profile student acceptance, public schools accepts everyone and equips students to contribute in a diverse society. The charge on public schools cut budgets that help close pandemic learning gaps, take funds from mandated special ed programs, and rob students of an adequate education. The voucher program divvies up the limited funds the state provides and makes it impossible for school boards and municipalities to budget and provide adequate education for their own local schools without depending on local state dollars. The imperfections the opposition speak of will not improve with defunding. 77% of students who receive school vouchers were already attending non-public school institutions, yet that money still disappeared from public school budgets. Parents have the right to select an alternative path for their children, though not at the expense of other students' education and taxpayers' wallets. The more the state diverts public school funding, the more local communities will bear the costs when already burdened by high property taxes, inflation and housing costs. Defunding public schools make our state less competitive as public schools build strong communities. This is why I urge you to adequately fund public schools and vote no on HB 115. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Glenn Cordelli, Louise Spencer, Hannah Kesselring? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
I'm State Representative Glenn Cordelli from Carroll 7, Richfield, Tuftonboro, Wolfboro, and Ossipee. And it's a pleasure to be in front of the other Education Committee. I wasn't going to testify, but I saw a quote this morning that set me off a little bit. The quote is, it always has been part of their agenda to continue to remove the state's safeguards on children and to continue to give parents more and more control. Parents' control. The Supreme Court in 1925, Pierce versus Society of Sisters, said that the child is not a mere creature of the state. Thomas Sowell, I think, put it best. The basic question is not what is best, but who says what is best. I believe it is in parents. And that leads to parental accountability. This program has the best form of accountability. It's parents. If the parent is not satisfied with their child's education, they can move to another education option that fits their child's needs. That is not always the case with parents attending a public school. Perhaps what we need to do is unlock the schoolhouse doors so that all parents, all children can find the option that meets their needs. And why is that important? Because it creates competition. And as we have seen, study after study shows that when there is school choice available, public schools improve. There was an analysis done not long ago of 29 studies of that subject. 26 found positive results in public schools, 1 neutral, and 2 found a negative impact.
Comes quickly, doesn't it?
Yes, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. I was wondering if you could explain your support for this program that cannot be audited by the state.
There is an annual audit required of the Children's Scholarship Fund every year. That is on their website, and we can easily give you copies. The Department of Education did a compliance audit this year.
Mr. Chair, I'm not talking about the business audit that the Children's Scholarship.
You did say audit.
No,
you did say audit.
I said state audit.
Well,
I said a state audit.
The State Department of Education did a compliance audit. And the legislative budget assistant is in the process of doing an audit, I understand.
A quick follow-up. And what were the results of the state? The New Hampshire Department of Education did a monitoring exercise.
It was a compliance audit.
Yeah, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about.
I don't have it with me, but I know that there were a couple of issues identified. In one case, there were pay stubs used instead of a tax return because of a drastic change in income levels for the family. There's several instances like that. And I think there might be someone here who has more information on the details of the findings of that report. But I think that there were 5 findings. 4 were readily corrected, and 1 is in process because it requires a date change in the system.
Okay, and then, and in that monitoring, approximately what percentage of the total number of EFAs were examined during that monitoring?
I believe it was a random sample of 50 accounts.
So approximately
So
1%. 1%. Is that correct? 50 over 5,000?
I guess that's about right.
Okay, thank you.
We will make sure that the compliance report is available in everybody's hands here on the committee. It's been out and the oversight committee's also looked at that, but that will be made available. Representative Fellows, do you have a question?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The state has minimum standards for public schools about the courses that need to be available and the qualifications of teachers. How can we know that parents who are homeschooling even know what those standards are and can't come anywhere near meeting those standards?
Are you talking about homeschool parents who have an education freedom account or
Yes.
traditional homeschool parents?
Well, either. The proposal is that there could be all of them. So
The
education freedom accounts, that's what the bill's about. So
Yeah, the education freedom account requires parents to guarantee that they will provide education for the children in the basic core subjects, including social studies. That's written into the law.
Further questions?
Yeah. Just a little follow-up in terms of, look, those are the courses. What about the standards about what's supposed to be in the course, the curriculum frameworks that the public schools use?
Well, yeah, let's talk about that. I get a kick out of the accountability argument because what are the state averages in proficiency levels? In my district, I think it's something like 54 for English and 44 for math, but 96% of the students graduate. What do those numbers tell you? Just up the line in Conway, the proficiency scores are 20%. So where is the accountability there?
You had a follow-up. So we're going to keep the follow-ups to 2 each, and you've had that. We have a whole slug of people to come up here. So
I got a quick question.
yes, Representative Brown.
Representative, some of the placards outside mentioned religious schools were supported by the program. Would you mind commenting on that, please? Thank you.
Yes, I did see that, and I heard someone talk about separation of church and state, which appears nowhere in our Constitution. It was a letter written by Thomas Jefferson that coined that phrase. In terms of money going to religious schools, public money does not go to any school. Public money goes to parents. Parents then, with free choice, direct that money to a religious school, a non-religious school, homeschool, whatever. That concept that it becomes private money goes back many years with constitutional rulings. One that I know of, that I have with me, Zellman versus Simmons Harris, 2002. Let me quote from Chief Justice William Rehnquist. The Ohio program is entirely neutral with respect to religion. It provides benefits directly to a wide spectrum of individuals. It permits such individuals to exercise genuine choice among options, public, private, secular, and religious. The program is therefore a program of true private choice. That money is directed for private choice, parental choice. And that is reflected in the most recent Supreme Court rulings, Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue, and most recently Carson versus Mayock right here over in Maine. had similar rulings with respect to the establishment clause and the fact that if you provided money to any school to exclude religious schools would be discrimination and unconstitutional.
Further questions? Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Billy. Article 83 of New Hampshire State Constitution states clearly that, quote, "No money raised by taxation shall ever be granted or applied for the use of schools of institutions of any religious sect or denomination."
Right.
Could you please help me understand how your statement that there is no requirement of separation of church and state doesn't violate that article of the Constitution?
Thank you for the question. I was referring to the phrase "separation of church and state is nowhere." That clause, the so-called Blaine Amendment, named after Senator Blaine, has been adjudicated by the U.S. Supreme Court, as I just laid out. Many might refer to that Blaine Amendment in our Constitution as a dead letter. It is a term to indicate that it is a statute that can no longer be enforced. If anyone would like to test it, I know we have another bill. We've had multiple bills on this subject. If anyone would like to test it, I encourage them to file a lawsuit and let's get it up to the Supreme Court and have them rule on it one more time. What fun.
Further questions? You already have one. Representative Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. A previous speaker, he was state rep, mentioned that he went through an program like this, and he was so proud to be going to one of 4 colleges. And it struck me as interesting that all 4 of those colleges are under strict accreditation with high standards, reports that come out anytime you want to see them, not just on finances, but on academic achievement, what they're accomplishing. And I know because I've been in higher education.
Representative Burton, do you have a question?
Why wouldn't the schools that are getting EFAs also be subject to public scrutiny on their effectiveness of their programs?
All the private schools that have attendance from EFA kids have to be listed and approved by the Department of Education. And let me just mention also in regard to that, in terms of private schools, I heard someone mention Phillips Exeter. There was one child with an EFA going to Phillips Exeter, and the difference between the EFA and the tuition is made up by a scholarship from Phillips Exeter.
Just a quick follow-up. Where can I find the reports on the performance of the schools that are getting EFAs?
You'd have to contact the schools.
They don't have an accreditor?
Yes, but I'm not sure who accredits each of those schools.
Thank you.
Is there another? Did you have a follow-up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on my prior question and response. So just to be clear, what is your position on taxpayer dollars funding religious schools?
Taxpayer dollars go to parents. It then taxpayer dollars go to parents, and in many cases it's their own tax dollars that are being used then in their accounts, and it is then a matter of private choice whether they send their child to a religious or non-religious school or other educational option.
So you're okay with taxpayer dollars funding religious schools?
I'm okay with taxpayer dollars going to parents so that they can find the best education option for their children.
Further questions? Yes, Representative. Yes, Dan.
Yeah, I'm in the line there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I heard a previous speaker say that budgets of some public schools have been cut. Are you aware of any public school budgets that are lower as a result of or since the implementation of this program?
I don't know if there was an adjustment in hold harmless or extraordinary needs grants, but that would be the only way that any adjustment of the amount has been done. But I don't think that any public school in New Hampshire or elsewhere in the nation has received less money than they are entitled to under state law, under current existing state law.
Thank you.
Further questions? One last question, Representative Luna.
Thank you very much. And it's sort of a follow-up on what I thought I heard Representative McGuire ask you, which was school budgets having been cut. So not the state grants to schools having been cut, because we know from the Department of Education report that 145 out of 245 state grants to cities and towns for schools were in fact cut, or are going to be in fact cut for the coming year. So the question I heard was are you aware of any budgets that were cut as a result of the voucher program?
I do know that, when was it, 3 years ago, I think, the statewide education property tax, which requires $363 million to be cut, we cut that to $263 million to be collected from school districts and lowered the tax rate accordingly. But how many local school districts lowered their budgets based on that less collection of swept money? I heard maybe there was one or two in terms of state budgets.
So basically what I'm hearing when you talk about local school budgets not being cut as a result of EFAs, that the EFAs have not developed any tax savings at the local level. Is that?
No, I think, no, there have been tax savings to taxpayers. We're talking about $5,200 in terms of an EFA account on average, whereas the local public school district, the current average is $21,000 and change per student. So there's a dramatic difference
So
there.
we got to follow the money problem, though.
Point of order. Representative Luno, you're going on with questions, and
fine. You were having a sidebar there, so.
no, I wasn't having a sidebar. You were having a sidebar. So no, we're done with the questioning here. Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Louise Spencer, followed by Hannah Kesselring, Lois Esposito, and Representative Potenza.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for taking my testimony today. My name is Louise Spencer. I am from Concord, New Hampshire, and I'm also the co-founder of the Kent Street Coalition, which is an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy organization. One of our top priorities is public schools and making sure that every child in New Hampshire has access to the best public school education that they can have. We've heard some compelling stories here today from people whose children, and some from children themselves, who have availed themselves of the EFA voucher program. But there are other stories we're not hearing. We're not hearing from a lot of public school students. We're not hearing from public school teachers. And there's a reason for that. They're in school and they're not able to be here and present, but they have compelling stories as well. And I find when I hear the kind of knee-jerk criticisms of public schools, it really breaks my heart, because public schools are so much to so many, not only the children that attend them, but the communities and the families. And the response that they are failing over and over again, I think, doesn't take into account the real challenges our schools have, and the fact that our state has refused to adequately fund our schools and adequately fund the public education of our kids. So let's talk about school vouchers sometime when our state has already done that. then we can have the conversation about whether we're going to have school vouchers. Yes, no child should feel unsafe whether they're at a public school or a private school. Sometimes public schools don't meet needs, sometimes private schools don't. But without the adequate funding, we're not going to address the needs of every child. And every child, whether they have a parent who's able to come in here and advocate for them or homeschool them, every child deserves a fair and adequate and a great education. And that's what most of our kids get in public schools. And we need to hear more of those stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hannah Kesselring. Lois Esposito. Representative Kelly Potenza. Heather Robitali.
Yeah. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Hannah Kesselring. I live in Manchester, Ward 12, and I am in the 6th grade.
Okay, Jenna.
This way? That good?
They want to speak together or not? Or
Better? Okay. I just wanted to tell you how the EFA program has changed my life and helped me feel more confident. Because of it, I got to join a swim program, try new subjects, and even learn to sew and play the accordion. Not every kid gets to do things like that, and it makes me really happy to play the accordion with my grandfather. It also made me love music even more. I just started voice lessons, and one day I hope to sing the national anthem for the House of Representatives. I also attend a co-op school where I'm currently learning about ecosystems and drama. I think every kid should have the chance to be whatever they want to be when they grow up. My dream is to become a police officer someday. So I hope you'll think about kids like me when you vote on this bill. Please vote yes for kids like me. Thank you for your time. I'll take any questions that you guys might have.
Thank you, Hannah. Any questions? Yes.
Are you saying this was your choice? This was your choice to take the grant?
Yeah, basically, I was really excited about it when I heard about it. So
Thank you again. Have a good afternoon. No other questions?
you too, thank you.
Yeah. Lois Esposito? Or Lewis? Is that Lewis? Lewis. Okay. It's not Phil, huh?
No. Or Tony for that.
He was one heck of a goalie.
He was.
Or his brother.
David reference.
Yeah. That dates me, I know it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Before you start going on there, we had another sheet come in here from Jenna Carson, I think it said, and Owen Blood. I'd like to know if they want to speak together or separately. Are they here in the room? I just received this piece of paper. Well, okay, then we need 2 cards. All righty, go ahead, Mr. Esposito.
Honorable Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Louis Esposito. I'm a former special education teacher, and currently I'm the executive director of ABLE New Hampshire. ABLE New Hampshire is a disability justice organization that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disabilities. School choice programs often require families to waive essential legal protections provided under the IDEA, Individuals with Disability Education Act, when families use educational vouchers to enroll in private schools. Many private institutions are not obligated to provide services that ensure students with disabilities are educated in the least restrictive environment. This can lead to increased segregation of students with disabilities in separate classrooms or schools. Inconsistent, private schools may lack the staff and resources to implement their IEPs, depriving students of critical support such as speech therapy, assistive technology, and inclusive teaching practices. Universal eligibility could incentivize the use of EFAs for private schools that do not follow inclusive mandates. Research shows that families may feel pressured to accept schools that only offer self-contained and specialized classrooms rather than inclusive settings where students with disabilities can learn alongside their peers. School choice programs often exacerbate inequities for families from lower income backgrounds, particularly those with students who have disabilities. For example, private schools participating in EFA programs may not disclose their capacity to support students with disabilities, leaving families with incomplete information when making enrollment decisions. Also, public schools typically provide transportation as part of special education services, but many private schools do not, further limiting access to inclusive options for low-income families. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Luno?
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Mr. Esposito, for your testimony on this. And I believe Able New Hampshire was among some groups out in front of the State House earlier this week. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the recent reduction or proration in the special education aid and what that means statewide, and compare that to the amount of money that's being spent on vouchers right now.
Representative Luno, now if we're going to get into the catastrophic aid, special education aid, that is not part of this bill.
No, but I think it's relevant to what Lewis was talking about.
If you can wrap your response around the EFA bill we're dealing with, HB 115.
Yes, thank you. I think our biggest concern is inclusive education practices. And when we cut funds, we are concerned about the different, how that affects teachers within the classroom and the resources that they're provided. And, research will show that inclusive education is beneficial for not just special education students, but also students that are in the general education environment.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing anything? Yes, Representative.
I wonder if you can help me understand the difference between an EFA voucher for $4,000 and a state mandate to take a school with extreme special needs and send them out to Ohio for $250,000.
That has nothing to do with this bill. We are off the bill. I'm not going there with that question. No, I'm not going there with that question. That's a whole different proration of money and all this. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
We got one more?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just talk a little bit about the oversight? Oh, sorry. Can you talk a little bit about the oversight that is provided in public schools for students with IEPs versus what is provided, or the lack of what is provided with students in EFAs?
And this is the special education teacher in me. We had to follow IDEA, and it was a full team decision. And we try to make it so that the student and the family are all part of the team. That is the goal, right? And we have to make sure it's in the least restrictive environment. So constant meetings, check-ins, and understanding that all students have different needs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Representative Kelly Potenza, Heather Robital, Owen Blood. Okay, we'll go. Is Heather here? We'll jump with Heather first. The other person's not available at this moment. I don't see Heather. What about Owen Blood?
Hello, my name is Owen Blood, and I am currently a senior at Kearsarge Regional High School. I am here today to advocate for the support of public schools in New Hampshire. I've been attending public school in this state since I was 5, and I can say that it has shaped me into who I am today. Without a public education system that provides a thorough and diverse learning experience, kids like me who rely on that system would not be the same people who we have grown up to be. I have had the incredible opportunity to learn in public school, and as a product of that system, I feel compelled to do everything in my power to defend it. In our state, funding education is largely determined by district discretion. I am fortunate to reside in a district that takes education seriously, so this hasn't greatly impacted me. Others, however, are not so lucky and often face the direct consequences from a lack of state funding. Expanding the state voucher program would directly affect the funding of schools, which is already notoriously low. In districts that want to maintain a quality of education, they'd have to place even more strain on taxpayers. At Kearsarge, this issue is already apparent in the community. A citizen petition attempting to drastically cut the school's budget due to high taxes was voted on at the district's deliberative session. By placing the responsibility of funding schools on individual districts, you risk the collapse of public schools due to insufficient funding. I urge all those considering support of HB 115 to think about what this would mean for the nearly 90% of students in New Hampshire who are still enrolled in public schools. Reducing state funding for public schools would lower the minimum level of education in New Hampshire a student can receive. Students in our state deserve strong, equitable education system, and that starts with adequate funding of public schools. We must ensure that all students have the resources they need to succeed. Thank you.
Very good timing. It's about ready to go off. Okay. Any questions?
Okay.
Not seeing you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I won't let him talk like that. Yeah. Well, he's been back there the whole time in that corner like that. I don't let anybody talk with those things on. And we've also, at the door, we've been trying to stop him. I got the name right after this one. We go down. Representative Potenza. She also asked her daughter whether the answer she said. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Carmela Potenza, and I'm 17 years old, and I live in Rochester, New Hampshire. And I've missed a great deal of school, as you can see, due to a severe medical condition. I cannot attend a public or private school, and I need one-on-one learning. Getting an EFA would greatly help my family so they could hire a tutor so I can complete my high school education. As it stands now, the amount of work my mom would have to do to be able to get the district to pay for everything I need for my education would be an enormous amount of effort and frankly a fight. My mom several years ago fought for a boy named Tyler. It took almost 2 years and lawyers, and they finally paid for his services. I was little, but I remember what my family went through. Please pass HB 115 to help kids like me.
So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I strongly support the widely popular EFA program. I do have to say that if this doesn't pass and it's universal or it gets amended, it has to be fixed so it's not on gross income. It should be on taxable income, because we would actually apply for this program if you look at the $40,000 that we've had to pay out of pocket for Carmela's medical expenses. Polling data shows that 72% of New Hampshire parents support EFAs, and we must put students over systems. I'm going to end with, in the future, I would like to see the EFA program evolve into a more 529 savings plan model. I think promoting transparency, accountability, fiscal conservatism, and school choice for all is something that all Granite Staters will support and benefit from. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much for waiting. Heather Robitel, then Jenna Karen. Pardon me? The sound gets to you, doesn't it? Yeah, I just called her after this.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Heather Robitaille. As a parent and active member of the Merrimack community, I'm here to voice my opposition of HB 115. The existing voucher program is already available to families 350% of the poverty level and suffers from a lack of oversight and transparency. While I support families' ability to choose the best avenue to educate their children, I believe that public tax dollars should be spent on public schools. Public schools hire certified teachers, as well as have regulation and oversight to ensure all students receive a free and appropriate public education. Our New Hampshire public schools are already suffering from a lack of funding, resulting in stretched staff and shortage of personnel to provide critical support services to our most vulnerable children. At a recent school budget committee, a number of our residents were asking the district to tighten its belt because times are tough and rising property taxes are threatening to price them out of their homes. Expanding the EFA program would increase the burden on our already overburdened taxpayers while further undermining our public schools. It seems to me that it's fiscally irresponsible and reckless to expand this program when New Hampshire has been failing to comply with 2 New Hampshire Supreme Court rulings regarding its inequitable public education funding practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't see any hands. So going on, Jenna Caron, then Representative Tom Mannion.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenna Caron, and I'm here today to oppose HB 115. The very foundation of my opposition to this bill stems from my success as a product of New Hampshire's public schools, as a recent graduate from Sunapee Middle High School. A month ago, I completed my first semester at Binghamton University, the best public university in New York, where I'm thriving academically and actively participating in campus life, and I consider Sunapee, my New Hampshire public school, to be the main source of my accomplishments. When I heard about and researched HB 115, it became clear that this would effectively deface how New Hampshire values education, considering that it would significantly divert resources from public education, jeopardizing the integrity of schools that enabled students like me to achieve success. HB 115 fundamentally changes the program from one aimed at assisting families in need to one that prioritizes funding private education at the expense of public schools, costing over $100 million annually. Removing $100 million would move support for vital programs like technical education centers, special education, school building aid, and safety grants, all of which serve 87% of New Hampshire students. Not to mention, over 75% of voucher recipients were never enrolled in public schools before receiving funds, illustrating that this program isn't primarily serving public students in need of alternative options, but instead subsidizing private and homeschool education. Therefore, the bill raises questions about accountability and equity for New Hampshire students. It outlines little oversight of these public funds, no requirement for financial audits, and no mandatory assessments to ensure participating students receive an adequate education. How can we trust that these alternative educational systems are providing the education that New Hampshire students of all backgrounds deserve, with no state oversight? And students with disabilities waive critical protections under federal and state disability laws when they join this program, sacrificing their right to services and individualized education plans, which enable their success in the classroom. Finally, long-term studies show that voucher programs harm student outcomes. Participants score significantly lower in math and reading compared to their peers in public schools. Why should we expand a program with evidence of doing more harm than good, rather than continue and increase, and I'll just finish here, increase investment in New Hampshire's public schools, which could address many of the remarks made by proponents of this bill. Overall, as a student who values my education and the education of my friends, family, and future generations in New Hampshire, I urge the committee to vote against HB 115 and to continue supporting our public schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Our new president, UNH, was dean down at Binghamton.
Wow.
Yeah, yep. All righty. Thank you. Representative Tom Mannion, then Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Tom Mannion representing Hillsborough 1 Pelham. It was cool to see my constituent out here earlier, Darrell Hall. I'm here in support of HB 115, and I'll keep this brief. The EFA program's success is directly attributable to the free market forces providing superior products at a reduced cost due to competition. Contrast that with government school programs where the local taxpayers are burdened at upwards 4 times the cost per pupil, with stagnant or even diminishing returns on investment where local democracy decides the cost and individual choice is removed. It's critically important that we expand on the winning strategy, allowing the free market to do what it does best. We don't means test for government school admission. We shouldn't means test to allow parents the option to enter the education marketplace outside of the government system. I ask that you vote OTP on HB 115. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you very much. Ross Smith. Excuse me, Sarah Smith. Sarah Smith? Sarah Smith, followed by Paul Varley. Caitlin Bernier. Any of those names here? Representative Fellows, would you please go in the other rooms and see if we have folks still sitting in those other rooms? You just came from there? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there are seats available in here now. So I called the name Sarah Smith and Paul Varley and Caitlin Bernier. Sarah Scott?
I'm Sarah Smith here.
Sarah Smith. Okay. Oh, good. Thank you. I didn't see that.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about accountability. My name is Sarah Menace Smith. I'm from Pembroke, New Hampshire, where last year we cut 27 positions due to unfunded costs beyond what we could afford. If they had gone through our personal tax, would have been at least $3,000 more. Mine. I am a retired teacher, 20 years in public schools and 4 in a private school specializing in learning disabilities. I was certified in elementary ed, general special ed, and a learning disability specialist. I was a certified reading recovery teacher, Orton Gillingham, Linda Mood Bell, and Project Read teacher. I spent 8 years focused on struggling first graders and taught them most of my career. One of my duties as a special ed teacher was evaluating homeschool students back in the day when that was required. One year I evaluated a first grader. It was somewhere around March. I was using the test we normally use. It was immediately clear she could not read, so I started her at the kindergarten level. She needed my cues to read and probably learned more about reading during that session than her previous months with her mother. Testing at that level would have put her in our remedial program with one-to-one help. This was just one example of why we need to evaluate all students, not just public school students. Most of my skills I learned for the private school job, but they were easily transferable to my subsequent public job. Tuitions for students at the private school, many times the school costs were borne by public schools who failed their students. Imagine if we continue down this road and cut special education support and face lawsuits by failed students comparable to the Sununu Center suits today. I oppose the use of public funds for private use and no accountability and support for money for public schools. I especially appeal to my representative, Mohegan, that he support our public school budget and not spending public money for private schools.
Thank you very much.
Your
questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul Varley, is Paul around? Caitlin? Okay.
All right. Hi, my name is Caitlin Bernier, and I'm a resident of Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I'm here in opposition of the HB 115. I have 2 children in the public education, and one of them is in special education. As our public school districts are currently going through budget season with even less state funding and facing detrimental cuts, this bill will continue to take away money from public education. Expanding school voucher eligibility for all students, regardless of family income, could cost the state approximately $102 million in the 25-26 school year alone, according to a new study by Reaching Higher New Hampshire. This would deplete our education trust fund, which is projected to have $125 million in the fiscal year 2025. That is 84% of our current fund spent just on the EFAs. recently said he would be working with lawmakers to pass a bill to support districts' special education expenses, but passing HB 115 would leave no money for those students, and that would increase the taxpayers' burden. This is not fair to the children receiving special education and your state obligation to public education. Properly funding special education and public education should be the first priority. I'm not opposed to the current EFA program that has income limits. I am opposed to this change. Those of us that are using public education should not have to suffer more funding cuts and increases in our taxes for those that have the privilege to use homeschool and afford private school. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Are there any questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah Scott? Not here. Leah, well. Oh, yeah, good.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me,
Yes.
you're gonna have to take the yellow label off, please. We don't have any of those buttons or anything like that. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. I'm here today to testify in support of HB 115, which seeks to expand education freedom accounts to every student in New Hampshire. We believe that every child is unique, and with that comes different learning needs. Families know their children's needs better than anyone else, and empowering them with the tools to choose the right education path can make a world of difference in their lives. Expanding EFAs to every student is not just about providing options, but it's about removing barriers to opportunity and giving them the room to thrive. As a New Hampshire native, I have a deep appreciation for the unique character of our state and the strong sense of community that defines it. This is where I grew up, and it's where I've chosen to build my life and my career. Many of my friends from childhood left the state for college and didn't come back because of the high cost of living. Of the friends who have stayed, many of them are now growing their families and sending their children off to school. This has led to numerous conversations about the education options in the state, and one thing has become clear from these conversations. Giving parents the choice to find an education option that works for their family is a crucial factor in their decisions about whether to stay in New Hampshire. Those friends who stayed here after college are struggling to balance the high cost of living in New Hampshire while also finding an educational environment that allows their child to succeed. These families are looking for options and want the best for their children, even if that means moving out of state. One of my friends is currently expecting her second child, and with a growing family, the ability to choose an education for her family and also afford to stay in the state is a big concern. She's having to make tough decisions for her family about how they will afford childcare for their youngest, purchase a home, and find an education that works for their oldest. Her story is not unique, and you've heard many of the kids here today that have expressed these same concerns. I will wrap up my testimony here and send you all the remainder of it, but thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Leah Walecki, and then Susan Spence, and Adam Haverstock. Okay, we have anybody up here? So we're looking for Susan Spence, Leah Wolzecki.
Here, but
Pardon me?
I said she's here, but Miss Malecki is not.
Okay.
So can I go ahead?
Who are you now?
Spence, Susan.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Susan.
Okay, my name is Susan Spence, and I am a 10-and-a-half-year resident of Dover, New Hampshire. Prior to that, I was the education librarian at a Jesuit school in upstate New York, and
Need to get real closer like that to the mic.
many years prior to that, I was the librarian at an inner city school system where 49% of the students live below the poverty line. Most of my comments are in regard to special ed programs and how this proposed bill will impact them. In November of last year, the Education Commissioner announced a severe cut in state aid to special education. The aid is being cut from 98.3% of the costs in 2023 to 67.5% in this year. This creates a particularly hardship for schools in rural areas because many of them do not possess the services required to meet federal mandates for special education. And so they have to contract for these with adjacent school districts or have private providers, and then they have to transport the students to those locations. Currently, schools are responsible for $70,000 per student costs, and the state contributes to anything in excess of this. Commissioner Edelblut has not requested an increase in the state special education budget since 2021, even though the costs have clearly increased. The 33.9% million that was allotted last year has already received $50 million of requests from school districts by October 1st of last year, less than a month into the school year. Commissioner Edelblut claims to have no solution to the budget dilemma, but he believes that vouchers may be the solution. A very simple search on my part revealed the fallaciousness of this reasoning. Number one, a large number of research studies conducted between 2008 and 2018 find no improvement in student achievement when vouchers are used. Some of the agencies conducting these studies were the Economic Policy Institute, the National Bureau of Economic Research, and the Institute for Educational Sciences. Secondly, the voucher system has already exceeded its initial estimate and cost. So I will not get to the third point, which is that most private schools do not provide any special ed services they're not mandated to. So why would New Hampshire
Thank you very much.
such an expensive venture when it has no proven positive outcome?
Thank you.
Question?
I don't know. Do you want to take any questions? Yeah.
Quick question. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Yeah, you can come back to the, no, thank you very much, Ms. Spence. Would the $27 million that was spent on, that's being spent on the voucher program this year cover the shortfall in special education aid that you were referring to?
I can't answer that. I don't know. Apparently, the special voucher program is administered by a private agency, and according to the Education Commissioner, can't be audited because of this. So
okay.
I'm not sure how much transparency of data there is.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Okay, is Adam Haverstock here? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about universal education freedom accounts. My name is Adam Haverstock, and I'm a resident of Hudson. My wife and I have 2 young children. My almost 5-year-old daughter starts kindergarten this fall, and my 3-year-old son will start in fall of 2027, which is in 2 years. We would like to send our children to a local private school in Hudson, but unfortunately, we don't qualify for an EFA. This is because our income is slightly above the current eligibility requirements for EFAs. As we consider the future of education in our state, I urge you to support Universal Education Freedom Accounts, a program that empowers parents to make the best education choices for their children. By providing a flexible education funding system, EFAs give parents the freedom to choose the best education for their child, whether that's a traditional public school, private school, or homeschool. This approach will improve academic outcomes, increase efficiency, and promote accountability in the education system. EFAs promote efficiency by allowing parents to direct education funding to the schools and programs that best meet their child's needs. By giving parents more control over education funding, EFAs increase accountability and transparency in the education system. Education shouldn't be dependent on zip code or income. It should be based upon what parents believe is in the best interest of their child. I believe that universal education freedom accounts are a critical step toward creating a more equitable and effective education system in New Hampshire. I urge you to support this legislation and give all parents the freedom to choose the best education for their children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing any? Thank you. Is Representative Ross Berry here?
All right. Sorry, I'm a little disheveled here. I came from work. So I'm Representative Ross Berry. I represent the towns of Ware and Goffstown. I was watching the committee remote, so I don't need to reiterate a lot of the points, but I would like to raise some things, especially to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. You do not income test a public school. This is public education. So I don't know why we would start applying a income test now. No one says anything when a family making $1 million goes to public school. No one says, oh my God, you're hurting the taxpayer. They view it as a duty. Education should be about funding students, not systems. I am the byproduct of both public and private school. I was pulled out of public school because it did not meet my needs as a child. My parents then put me into private school. And then my dad lost his job. He was the only income earner in my family. And, this was right around middle school, not a great time for teenagers. And I remember very, very, very tough conversations, and let's call it arguments and yelling, about whether they were going to pay the mortgage or pay for my schooling. So you guys have an opportunity here to do real good. The money belongs to the student. People raise objections about, I don't want my tax dollars going to a private school. I don't care where you send my education tax dollars. I want them to follow the student. If that goes to a private school, so be it. I had a friend of mine on the other side of the aisle said, would you be okay if this money went to a school, an Islamic school, like trying to poke some religious bigotry out of me? They were kind of stunned when I said, I'd have no problem with that. If that's what the parent wants to do, that's the parent's business. Parents should raise their children as they see fit. Even if I disagree with that, they should raise their children as they see fit. And the money that is taken from taxpayers is for the student. So I won't berate that anymore, but I'm happy to be here to testify in favor of this and happy to answer any questions.
3 more seconds.
Nailed it.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Luno and Representative Fellows.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Barrett. So you talked about the equivalency of what should be vouchers and having no eligibility requirement, the same way as we have currently for public schools. But would you support an amendment to this bill that would put some accountability, some testing, some data sharing, and an annual state audit reporting requirement into the voucher program?
Yeah, well, let's talk about accountability real fast.
No. Let's answer the question.
You guys, no. I'm allowed to answer that as I see fit.
Let's answer the question.
I'm allowed to answer as I see fit. So you guys bring up accountability all the time. As you know, I used to represent the south side of Manchester.
Mr. Chair, the question was...
Representative Luno, you asked about accountability. He is responding to you on accountability. He'll get to where you want to be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I would ask this question. So in Manchester, you have ELA and math proficiencies in the teens. In the teens. Who's accountable for that? And I understand that this is the pejorative that is constantly thrown, calling it a voucher program, trying to drive the program into the ground, saying it's unaccountable. The money belongs to the child. So you can sit there and push forward the amendment all you want and say all you want. If you're going to make an accountability argument, Representative, my counterpoint would be I would start with the failing public school systems first, which cost 5 times as much as this program does.
Are there further questions?
Well, he didn't get to the answer of my question.
You have a follow-up.
So would you support an annual audit an annual state performance audit on the voucher program?
I would start with, if you want to talk about accountability, which is your point, I would start with holding the public schools accountable first. The money belongs to the students.
I'm talking about an audit. The public schools are.
The money is very well accounted for now.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Oh, yes, Representative Fellows. Yep.
Thank you. You're the second person I've heard refer to, the money belongs to the child and you don't want to fund systems. So what is this? I don't quite understand not funding systems. Does that mean that you don't think the federal government should pay for the military to protect our country? That sounds like a system. Do you think that the town shouldn't fund police or public works? Should everybody get the money to maintain the roads that they live on? How does that work? I don't understand this concept.
Yeah, happy to clarify for you. There are members of this legislature who prioritize the system over the student. It doesn't mean you don't properly fund school systems, but the student should be the priority. And I think that's a key difference. That's one of the things I love this bill is it makes the student and the parent the priority over the system. And I will always have the backs of students and parents before the system. When it comes to education, the order of operations is very simple. Students, parents, system. Not the other way around. Students, parents, system.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Pardon me? Oh, yes. You're blending right in with all the other traffic back there.
I know, I feel like I'm a part of the crowd here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
And, thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is about eligibility and universal eligibility. In my free time, one of the things that I do is I'm a volunteer who does SNAP outreach. And so I talk to people about...
Pardon me? We're not really hearing you on the other side. Really get close to that mic.
So I do SNAP outreach and education across the state. And the first question that I get when I talk to people is, what are the income guidelines? Mm-hmm. And we've heard a lot of stories today about people who are just over the guidelines for the vouchers. And that happens all the time for SNAP. So I guess my question to you is, would you be in favor of eliminating income eligibility for programs like SNAP and TANF and fuel assistance?
Well, I can't speak to those programs specifically, but I think more to broaden your question about, I believe they're called benefit cliffs, right? Income cliffs. And I deal with this a lot actually in the childcare space where we have a state scholarship, which is capped up at 350%. It's actually the same income level right now as an EFA. And I deal with that all the time with parents who fall off. They're at the 360 or worse. Actually, probably the worst thing is they're a small business owner, and you look at gross income and not net income, and you disqualify a lot of small business owners who actually would make it if you look at their net income. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. This is about education, and the state constitution says we should cherish education, and I view that as a constitutional duty. So. I don't see anything in there about SNAP or the state constitution or those other programs. So I guess my answer would be no.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Janet Ward, followed by Representative Janine Notter, then Doris Hohensee. Oh, yeah. See, we have all these other people waiting.
My name is Janet Ward. I am the Vice President of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire, a nonpartisan organization. I thank you for this opportunity. In 2017, the newly appointed Commissioner of Education, Frank Edelblut, was invited to address the annual meeting of the League. During the question and answer period following his talk, I asked the Commissioner, what do you see as the role of public schools in our democracy? At the close of our conversation in December 2019, the Commissioner told me that he believed that public dollars should pay for private education and that I did not believe this. He was correct. I believe what Thomas Jefferson and other founding fathers believed, that participation in a democracy, a form of government which respects the divergent views of its citizens, requires an educated populace. This is why the public schools were established. All of us present here today recognize that New Hampshire's school voucher program takes tax dollars from taxpayers like me and requires that I give these dollars to parents or guardians to pay for the private, religious, or homeschooling of their children. Applicants for New Hampshire vouchers apply to a private organization which screens applicants and presumably ensures that all monies are properly spent. The New Hampshire Legislative Budget Assistant is required by statute to do a performance audit of New Hampshire school voucher program, but the LBA is unable to do this because it has not been given access to this information. Once school vouchers consisting of New Hampshire taxpayer dollars are awarded, taxpayers do not have any appreciable oversight on how their tax dollars are spent. Unlike taxes provided to our local public schools, the money taken from us as voucher dollars disappears from taxpayer oversight. This constitutes taxation without representation, one of the key reasons why the original 13 colonies revolted against Great Britain. I believe a citizen's revolt against school vouchers should and eventually will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Notter, then Doris Hohensie, and then Executive Counselor Karen Hill. Which one? Okay, is Executive Counselor here? $37 ago. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Funding Committee. My name is Karen Leo Hill. I am honored to serve as the Executive Counselor for District 2. I am also a 20-year city councilor and the former mayor in Lebanon. As someone who homeschooled for high school, I'm not here to talk about the merits of the voucher program. I know that different students have different needs and that there are many different ways of making sure that our kids have access to the education that they need. I'm here today to advocate specifically for taxpayers. As we heard in the governor's inaugural address last week, we have to tighten our belts. Clearly, we are looking at budget cuts at the state level, and I know very well from firsthand experience as a city councilor that when cuts happen at the state level, local property taxes go up. So on behalf of the 81 cities and towns of District 2, I'm here to encourage you to ITL this bill because local property taxpayers simply cannot afford it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Have a good drive home to Lebanon. Doris Hohensie, she here? Is John Lowecki here? Yes. Pardon? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. We'll get after this.
Chairman Ladd, members of the committee, I'm Doris Hohensie, mother of 6 homeschool children and a former National School Board member. I'm here in opposition. Parents are frustrated with schools, rightly so. The legislature has destroyed them with costly and controversial regulation, resulting in higher property taxes and no voice in public schools.
Ignore that.
Okay, I will. The legislature accepted federal bribes on an ongoing basis to implement standard-based learning as if children were commodities to standardize. Well, it's not working. Instead of creating a new entitlement, the legislature should take responsibility for the current situation, overregulation of public schools, and restore local control. But that's too difficult, or it's all the federal government's fault. So we have a new plan to provide state funding for every child, rich or poor, who attends private schooling to help them get the best education. Best education, really. That's what they said about the public schools when they put in all this regulation. Funding private school is not a constitutional duty under Article 83. That's for public schools. We're being told that every school child learns differently. Really? Public schools were not allowed to treat children as individuals. We are burdened with uniform standards, uniform assessments, uniform competency-based education, and uniform social emotional learning, which is behavior modification. It's one size fits all, centralized control, eliminating any real accountability. No one's ever to blame. Nothing ever changes. The schools fail, they just get more funding. The original Article 6 gave us an exclusive right over education. I put that in, I'll skip over it, but it's in there for your review. Every public school is a corporate body, not a body's comma corporate, as they mutilated it in 68. The state created teacher licensing for public schools. Now it funds and approves private schools without licensed teachers. Created academic standards and mandates for public schools, but funds private schools without those. It creates laws on employee labor standards for public schools and now funds and approves private schools without such unions. The state has regulated public schools to death, which is why public schools are failing and spending out of control. The state legislature wants to cut costs, deregulate the schools. One other thing, I just want to say that school choice is not a grassroots movement like homeschooling. It's an agenda pushed by nationwide think tanks, legislative conferences, and advocated by UNESCO, which favors state control of education to produce global citizens with values, attitudes, and beliefs different from those of their
You
families.
have gone beyond your time.
I have. It's an important issue. And I thank you, and I haven't seen you in such a long time. It's nice to see you again. I'm sorry Barbara Shaw isn't here. I miss her. She was wonderful.
She was a wonderful, wonderful person. John Lewicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I will be very brief because I believe this has been pounded to death. I would like to say, 71 years ago, I was in a room. They called it a first grade classroom. However, there was something that was missing. The missing part of it was Miss Tui. Miss Tui was sick all year. Miss Tui did manage to get through to her retirement. 30 kids got the shaft. And I'm hearing the stories from the kids earlier today and the parents earlier today. And the more things change, the more things remain the same. If the schools are failing, if they're failing one student, then that student should be able to get an adequate and appropriate education, however is necessary. And if the public schools can't do it, then we need an escape route. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person is Jack Lavati here.
Starts with CJ. Check.
Yeah.
Last name.
There we go. And the next person would be Representative Wood or Clayton Wood.
I'm in support of the bill, the existing EFA laws, and anything that makes them more accessible. And I'd like to use the rest of my time to talk about how to make it even better. I think the problem with the existing EFA law is that it's not full replacement cost. So parents have to come up. Well, the problem is that it's not full replacement cost to fund the private school. And then parents have to come up with money on their own, no matter what their income level. The secondary problem is that the state revenue needs to be raised at the state level. And the solution, the punchline headline, is town EFAs. And if I use an example from my town of Merrimack, the town school budget is $93,3,600 students, over $25,000 per student. I looked quickly on the EFA, the state website, and found 3 neighboring schools. Derryfield, about $26K. In Manchester, that's a break even. Trinity High School, Manchester, $15K. Bedford Academy, a K through 5, under $14K. That includes lunch. The total school budget in Merrimack is 2/3 of the town budget. So making a significant reduction in the school budget would significantly reduce property taxes. So the details to consider: towns decrease payments to school districts, maybe mandate that as instantaneous or catch it in next year's budget. Towns could decide on the amount. It could be a direct reimbursement to the school or a flat fee. Homeschooling could certainly be included in this. The state infrastructure for EFAs remains. The single payment from the town could go to that state office and they could administer all of the payments to the individual places. So the punchline: are your property taxes too high? Do you support school choice? Solve both problems at once. Support town EFAs.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Charles is a representative I asked Wood here? No? Charles Smith and then Richard Spence. Charles Smith or Richard Spence? Laura L. Izem.
What was the Laura name?
The EL dash capital AZEM. Kitty, Meshaloti or Micheletti. If I'm pronouncing names, just please let me know that I'm messing it up. It's getting late in the game here.
Good afternoon. My name is Kitty Michelotti. I'm from Derry, New Hampshire, and I am here in support of this bill. As part of New Hampshire's constitution to provide an adequate education for students, that goes into meeting the needs of them through educational content and or other resources. For those students who have been homeschooling this entire time, I myself was a taxpayer for 10 years before we were able to take advantage of the EFA program. I now very much appreciate that the tax dollars I paid for 10 years are now coming back to me so that I can provide an adequate education for my children. One, I've heard a whole lot of testimony today going back and forth on both sides. One thing that has not been addressed is that the people against this particular bill will be funded no matter what. The people for it will not. The people who are hoping to become funded by an expansion of the EFA program will not have another choice for their adequate funding. They are counting on you all to do what you did for me last year, which was expand it to 350%. There's a whole lot of students that I teach that would really appreciate being able to become EFA students, whether they use it for private schools or home schools or whatever. That's all.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you. Ewan Osborne and David Trumbull and Sandra May, in that order.
I apologize. I just need to pull up my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Ewan Osborne, and I'm both a student instructor at a homeschool learning center and a homeschooler who has benefited from school choice. I am here today to ask you to please support HB 115. Throughout my high school career, I've explored almost every educational pathway, from homeschool co-ops to community college classes to even internships. I have tried it all. I am truly fortunate when it comes to my choices for educational opportunities. Unfortunately, not everyone else is as fortunate as I am when it comes to educational options. We made great strides in financially assisting lower-class families in their quest for educational choice via the introduction of education freedom accounts. However, a certain group remains neglected, the middle class. The current income threshold for EFAs does not account for the financial situations of individual families, and despite falling above the 350% income threshold, there are still a good number of families who struggle to afford school choice. Several of these families send their students to the homeschool co-op I work at, and I've heard firsthand how hard it can be to afford their chosen education. That doesn't mean that these families don't deserve the same choices that the rest of us have. Universalizing EFAs would equalize the playing field for these families. I'm aware that there are several members of the homeschool community who oppose both this bill and EFAs in general. Most of these individuals are elitists who selfishly wish to gatekeep school choice so that it is only an option for wealthy families. These individuals have no business thinking that their school choice experiences trump anyone else's. Please, give middle-class students the opportunity for educational choice and vote yes on HB 115. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, Representative Mahan.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for your courage and your compassion. I have one question. You made these choices for your own education, or you participated strongly in them, right?
Are you asking if I'm an EFA?
I'm asking you because you're obviously a product of your choices that you made. This was your education. And you made the choice. You liked what you got.
I did. My parents did also have some say over it, of course.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. David Trumbull, Senator May. You've been a frequent flyer here in past years. How's Ware doing?
Oh, pretty good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm David Trumbull from the town of Ware, and I oppose this bill for two reasons. First is the impact it would have on our constitutional duty to fund public schools. The Constitution requires that the state, not the towns, fund the public schools, and the Claremont decision was very clear. There's no requirement to fund the private schools. The U.S. Supreme Court has upheld that same logic in the case that was, I believe, not quite accurately quoted earlier. It was the Carson versus Macon case. Chief Judge Roberts said, as we held in Espinoza, a state need not subsidize public education. You have to fund the public schools, and you have to do it fully. You do not have to spend a dime on private schools. Once you fund the public schools and do your job, then go ahead and do a voucher program. Second issue is the issue of choice. This is universal vouchers, but it's not universal choice. Let's look at some of the people who would be left out. First is special education students. Over 20% of public school students receive special ed, only 6% in the voucher program, and they have to sign away their rights under the IDEA. Look at ELL students. There's 5,000 in New Hampshire. That's 3% of our students. Under the last report, there is 0 in the voucher program. Look at children living in poverty. That's 7% of the children in this state. The average cost of a private school in New Hampshire is $21,600. They can't afford to pay that. There may be some low-cost private schools, some places with scholarships, but largely people who are poor cannot participate. LGBTQ students make up 22% of high school students. Not all, but there are some private schools who ban LGBTQ students from attending. LGBTQ parents, 5% of our adult population identify as LGBTQ. But if you have 2 moms or 2 dads, many of the voucher schools won't let you attend. There's nothing universal about universal vouchers. The only universal option you have is the public schools, because they accept every single child and they give every one of them a good education. And that's why we have a constitutional duty to fund them. And there is no constitutional duty to fund the private schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Will you take any questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for taking my question. If you believe that the state should be funding the schools and that it should not be something that the local taxpayers are paying, do you also believe then that the state should be responsible for the budget in which they're funding?
Are you asking if the state should fund public school education?
I believe I just heard you say that it's our constitutional duty that the state should be funding public schools. Is that correct, what I heard?
Yes, Representative.
So if the state should be funding them, do you also agree that the state should be responsible for all of the expenses and therefore be responsible for putting together the budget for the public schools as well?
Those are two different things. The state has the duty to fund. Under the Claremont decision, it said that the state must guarantee the funding, but the actual running of the schools is not required under the Claremont decision. That's left to the local school boards.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Trumbull. So when it comes to the state's funding of public schools, are you aware that that based on the Department of Ed, the New Hampshire Department of Ed data that this committee received earlier this week, that Ware is projected to receive $664,000 less next year from the state than it receives today?
Thank you, Representative Luno. Last night we had our local school board meeting in advance of our deliberative session, and that came out that we are losing $600,000, but under the readjustment of the adequacy aid, we're getting some of that back. So we're really losing $460,000 net. That's 35 cents per $1,000 on every home in our state. So it's like 100 in our town, like $160. That's the first of 5 installments that we're going to lose under the hold harmless plan. So we had the stabilization grant to help towns like mine that don't have an adequate property tax base. This coming 2-year cycle, we lose 20% of the stabilization grant. So my town was going to lose 460,000. The 2 years after that, we'll lose another 460, then another 460, another 460, another 460. The average taxpayer in my town is going to end up paying like $1,000 more just because we cut the stabilization fund. So pull that back to the voucher program. Where do we fund public schools from in the state? The Education Trust Fund. Where are we funding the voucher program from? The Education Trust Fund. If you expand this program and Reaching Higher says it's going to cost $100 million, that's going to mean $100 million less in the Education Trust Fund. That's going to suck that fund dry, and there won't be enough money for the public schools. So there is a direct relationship. I'm not opposed to every kid getting what they want. I think that's how we should make it work. But our first obligation is to fund the public schools. And the last thing is, when they set up the Education Trust Fund 25 years ago, it was in response to the Claremont decision. There were Democrats and Republicans together who set that fund up so that we funded the public schools, not to fund private schools. But that's where we now take the money for the voucher program out. So there's a direct connection between the public school funding and the voucher program.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative, will you take further questions? Of course. Representative McGuire, you have no question? Yay or nay? Oh, no question. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, Sandra May is here.
Right here. Well, that was a tough act to follow. Good afternoon, members of the House Committee. My name is Sandra May, and I'm from Henniker. To talk to you today, I'm taking a break from mudding drywall in the new apartment that my husband and I have built. While I'm proud to do something small to fight the housing crisis in the state, my main reason for building an ADU is that without a unit we can rent out, I don't see how we can keep paying our property tax when we retire. That said, I'm hopeful this apartment will help one more family either stay in New Hampshire or entice some badly needed workers here. Our educated workforce has been a big New Hampshire strength. Hearing that we're facing budget cuts this year, I don't understand why we're blowing up the budget by opening up these vouchers to everyone, regardless of need. What is this diversion of public funds going to do to our public schools, especially when some districts have lacked equitable funding for decades? What message are we sending to the young people we want to stay here or come here? A $4,000 voucher is not going to go very far at St. Paul's, but thousands of dollars diverting funds from schools is ultimately going to make property taxes increase even more. While homeownership grows further out of reach, if people want their child to have a good education, they'll either have to stretch to find the rest of the money for private school, or someone in the household is going to have to step back on their career to homeschool. This doesn't sound like a great way to entice working families to live here at all. I understand that several of the previous speakers have made that exact difficult choice. Excellent public schools should still be a viable option. And I'd like to reiterate what Louise Spencer said earlier. You're not hearing from these working families. They're at work right now. I don't mind paying taxes, not to fund policing or public parks or the education of more electricians for New Hampshire. Having just built a housing unit, trust me, we need more tradespeople in this space. In closing, is this really the New Hampshire advantage? We're just going to keep ignoring the courts and give up on equitable funding for strong public schools. I thank the committee for their time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Matthew Gricko.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
You're welcome.
And the members of the Education Funding Committee. For the record, my name is Matthew Gricko. I'm a college student currently at St. Anselm College, and I'm from Litchfield, New Hampshire, and I've been through the public education system. The education freedom accounts represent a critical step towards true educational freedom, and by eliminating the household income requirement, this bill helps get New Hampshire one step closer to a stronger, freer education system. By giving parents the ability to direct their own education funds that they pay through taxes towards the learning environment that best suits their child's unique needs, we are finally freeing the public education system from the monopoly it holds over most families that has led to statewide educational decline. Historically, the ability for parents to choose the best education for their children has been largely confined to the independently wealthy, who could with ease afford private schools or alternative options. This bill ends the economic barrier, returns the power of school choice to all families, regardless of their socioeconomic status. Furthermore, EFAs serve as a powerful catalyst for improvement within our public education system. By expanding the accessibility of the education freedom accounts to all New Hampshire families, giving them the option to choose alternative education paths, public schools face a healthy competition. They are incentivized to prioritize quality and efficiency in meeting the needs of all of their students. This competition fosters a far more responsive educational landscape, ultimately benefiting all children throughout New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing, thank you again. Honorable Linda Tanner, is she still here in the hallway, or is Linda out there?
No, she left.
She left? Yep. She just left. Okay, Representative James Tebow, is he out there in the hallway? Oh, in back. Okay, thank you. Yeah, got him.
I was lucky enough to get a seat.
Next one's Bonnie Bruno after this.
Hello, my name is James Tebow. I'm the representative for Franklin and Northfield, Merrimack County District 25. And I'm also a product of a public school and a student at St. Anselm College. I'm here to advocate in favor of HB 115 because education freedom is a right that of every student and should be as accessible as possible to every student. I grew up with two special needs sisters, one older, one younger, and public school failed them. They were told by the public school that they were incapable of learning and that they'd be unable to graduate from high school. So we moved on to a charter school. And the charter school really helped my older sister, who ended up graduating high school when the public school said she wouldn't. Unfortunately, the charter school was not helping my younger sister, who is now in homeschooling and working with an independent special needs teacher to be able to best suit her needs. And now she's succeeding where even the charter school thought she would fail. They thought she wouldn't be able to do algebra. Well, right now she's in pre-algebra, but she's working her way up to algebra in ways that the charter school wasn't able to get her to. And the only reason we could afford that private instructor was because of EFAs. Education freedom allows more students to be engaged with the subjects that they care about in more hands-on or intimate settings as needed, just like my sister, who has been able to learn better from them. And they're not constrained to a one-size-fits-all public school classroom. EFAs are also more cost-effective to the taxpayer while offering more opportunities for these students, and especially with struggling public schools in lower-class areas, including the SAUs in my district, which have declining enrollment rates, having more resources available to all parents is critical. So for these reasons, and to fund students, not systems, I encourage the committee to find HB 115 ought to pass. Thank you, and I will not yield to questions.
Thank you very much. Bonnie Bruno? Bonnie? Okay. And in the hallway, we must have a child out there. A mom with kids? Yes. You'll be next.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Bruno. I'm a Hollis resident. I really appreciate this. Me. Is that better? Okay. My name is Bonnie Bruno. I'm a Hollis resident. And I do appreciate being able to speak today in a public forum. Most of this may have been said, but the fact that my parking ticket probably has a parking ticket, I'm going to go ahead and take the time. So I stand in opposition of the education freedom accounts and the expansion of the same. As a taxpayer, I do not want to subsidize private religious or homeschooling options. I want to fund the public school and the Commonwealth, as somebody already said. I don't mind paying taxes. I believe in the Commonwealth. I'd like to have the money that is being used, about 10%, to facilitate the program at the New Hampshire Children's Scholarship Fund, to actually be in the school system and funding the actual school system. Private and religious and homeschooling institutions are not accountable to the public, have no public oversight or input, and do not have to be transparent in their policies and procedures to the public. For example, private and religious and even homeschooling programs can use discriminating, wrong D word, can use discerning in their enrollment process, making decisions, and exclude students, as it was much more eloquently described just a few minutes ago, exclude students, and it's not inclusive, whereas public schools are inclusive. I have so many notes on here from sitting there taking notes that it's like, good luck to me trying to follow this. But my nephew was in 2 different religious private schools and was severely bullied, and so had to be pulled out of them. So, bullying happens, not a good thing. My friend is a single parent who had hard economic challenges, and the Litchfield Public Schools educated her son so that he went on to become a Brown graduate. And that was thanks to the New Hampshire Public Schools. While some may say that they too pay taxes and they want their tax dollars to fund their school choice, their choice. I say, I hear you. Except I would like to allocate my tax dollars as well, but we don't have that system, which we can earmark and allocate our tax dollars. Because if we did, I would not elect to fund the EFA accounts. I said one quote I want to read, which is, this seems to be a nationwide and certainly happening in New Hampshire, that from the ProPublica article I read, that starting with targeted programs that place needy kids in parochial schools, then fight to expand the benefits to far richer families, is an effort by a network of politicians, church officials, and activists, all united by a conviction that there is separation of church and state is illegitimate. I believe that the separation of church and state is legitimate, as pointed out earlier by Representative Damon, and
thank you.
I would rather support the Commonwealth by my taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The young lady with a youngster outside, I don't have your name here. Diver, okay. Okay, Kelly Diver.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, they were starting to lose their cool.
Pardon me?
So my name is Kelly Diver, and oh, there we go. My name is Kelly Diver, and I live in Danville, New Hampshire. There is an issue with our public schools in our country, and I find it really amazing that people from school boards and budget committees are coming in here and saying that EFAs are the problem. They talk about being fiscally responsible. I think that they need to look in the mirror and realize that there is a supply and demand issue. Enrollment is down, yet taxes go up, and parents want a choice. We are EFA students, and I can tell you that our public school district has been mismanaging funds for over the last 5 years. The budget went up 15%, and they had a $16 million surplus and put in tennis lights and an irrigation pond with a boat for decoration. Why are we not holding these budget committees and school boards responsible? We are spending all this money, and the kids are not passing their tests. If they can't do basic budgeting and math, how can I trust them to educate my child? I spend a small percentage of what is spent on public school students, and I am able to educate my son. We are grateful for our EFA support and urge you to support HB 115. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Any questions? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Oh, yes. Just can you explain to me how you're educating your son?
Yeah, we do private curriculum and co-op opportunities. We have him enrolled in co-op classes. We also do nature school 1 day a week. So we kind of blend a lot of different opportunities. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ready?
Next, Mike and Judah King. Are they here? Yes. That's there.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. Mike King and Judah King from Deering, New Hampshire. So I just want to get this straight. When a business offers a failing product, they go under. But when a public school offers a failing product, we get upset that they're losing a fraction of their budget. The cat is out of the bag, especially since COVID. I'd like to say in 2020, we saw 2020, and a lot of parents have decided not to go back to the school. So we can have disagreements over empirical data, but the perception of the public is that the schools are failing academically, morally. All the press about diversity, equity, inclusion, and the rising and out of control administrative costs. The future of education, I think we're seeing, is micro schools and this new form of education. I saw an article recently that said by 2030, 30% of America's students will be homeschooling. That's only in 5 years. And then the last thing I wanted to just say was that New Hampshire will really continue to set itself apart from all the other New England states. As you continue to offer education freedom, you'll attract strong families from all over New England, and isn't that what New Hampshire wants? You know, strong families that will add to the economy, and in all kinds of great ways. I want to introduce you to Judah King here. He wants to talk about how he's benefited from the Education Freedom Account. You got to talk right.
Hi, my name is Judah King, and I am here to support the school choice. I live in Deering, New Hampshire. The Education Freedom Account has helped me advance my knowledge in reading, writing, and math. I have learned the drums, and now I'm able to take drum lessons because of it. My sister has a passion for horses, and she's able to take horse lessons. My brother loves music, and he is able to purchase softwares, and that's helped him with music. And I've learned all about how to start a business and be an entrepreneur so that when I grow up, I can be one.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Yes, I'm just interested in exactly what you mean by micro schools. Are those the Prenda ones where they do it online in the morning and other things in the afternoon?
Yeah, micro schools are a variety of different offerings. You know, it's kind of a catch-all phrase to a lot of these alternatives. So you might see learning centers, you might see 10-person pods. There's something called Kai pods, for example. We're seeing this explosion as I think it's what 20 states have some kind of education freedom now, and we're seeing this explosion of really the new term is edupreneur. I don't know if you've heard that term or not, but in the education freedom world, edupreneur is becoming. So I tell my kids, I said, if you're going to go into business, be an edupreneur because there's this huge market now for alternative schooling in not just in New Hampshire but in the nation.
Yes.
I just want to encourage you. My son was a drummer. We homeschooled, and by the time he was in 5th grade, he was drumming for the high school. And he's playing drums in California right now. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Nancy Brennan, Curtis Register, and she's left. Okay. Pardon me? Yeah.
All right, my comments. Complete thought is 2 minutes and 5 seconds, so I'll try to be brief. But good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Curtis Register. I'm a resident of Durham, a dad, and I consider myself to be a freedom-loving, terrorist-hating, red-blooded American patriot, and I'm a proud product of a public school system. Now, I'm a transplant from a small North Carolina town of 500 folks. When I left, it grew to a booming metropolis of 2,000 folks. I attended Onslow County Public Schools and was lucky enough to attend the state-supported public college, the Virginia Military Institute, where I managed to graduate with distinction. I then went on to serve 10 years active duty component in the United States Marine Corps, and I honorably discharged as a major. I would not have achieved this without the foundational support and principles of our educational system. New Hampshire public schools consistently outperform North Carolina public schools per National Center for Education Statistics. HB 115 is a bad faith bill. It erodes resources and trust in established and accredited institutions. It will contribute to increased taxes for all residents, whether they use EFAs or not. It will expand the impact and need of the teacher shortage and impact teacher salaries and retirement. It will expand the risk of fraudulent schools and undereducated kids. And lastly, it will undermine the quality of public school education to all residents, regardless of faith, race, scholastic aptitude, or socioeconomic status. Now, I'd like the honorable members of the committee to take a moment to imagine a world where partisanship stopped at the doors of educational institutions. Imagine the quality of life, improvement of scientific advancement, economic success, and civic engagement of a well-educated society. And instead of spending so much time, money, and effort undermining established and accomplished services for our residents. There are already enough significant challenges in today's world. The American dream is under threat of extinction through rising costs of living, housing, and taxes. HB 115 will not contribute to solving any of these crises. Let's invest our finite resources for all New Hampshire residents, not just the desirous few. Please protect public education funding. Vote down HB 115, and thank you very much for your time and service.
Thank you very much, Curtis.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your service.
All right.
Appreciate it. Yes, go ahead.
Not really a question. As a vet, I know that you took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United
Absolutely
States,
did, ma'am.
and I'm glad you're continuing to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
Curtis, is it true you're voted town council in the town of Durham?
Yes, sir, it is correct.
Is it true you've made a big difference?
I guess you'd have to ask the public, but I hope so. Thanks, sir.
Representative Burton, have you made a difference? Don't have to answer that. We were both in Vietnam.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for your service.
Going on down, and thank you for coming. Is Representative Polozov here? Polson? Oh, good. Okay. Then it'd be Jody Underwood following.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Yuri Polozov, representing Merrimack 10, Hooksett and Dunbarton, and I'm here in support of this bill. Some argue against this bill, saying that money will go to rich people, but it is exactly why we need to support this bill. So rich parents would contribute more. What I see in my district, when parents picking up kids from public schools, sometimes I see some come in luxury Cadillacs and luxury German cars, overall expensive trucks. If rich people would contribute more, we would create more competition and excellence. It used to be illegal for rich people to get free public school benefit, no longer. So we cannot force them out, but this bill will create financial incentive for them to contribute more and stop using free public school benefit that is free but is very expensive for taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Phillips.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood that part. You were saying you want rich people to use the education freedom accounts and not go to public schools?
Yes. In my district, in my town, we have like growing school population, so taxpayers will have to pay more taxes to expand facilities, like some fixed income people are getting priced out of their homes through bigger taxes, and when public school spends north of $23,000 per people, if some of those rich people will get $4,000 from state and stop getting this free public school benefit. Previously, you heard that it's on average $21,000 for private school tuition. So they obviously would need to contribute more, but I think it's a win-win situation.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jody Underwood? She's gone too. Amanda Whedon? W-E-E-D, looks like an N? I don't know.
Are you insulting my handwriting?
Pardon me? Everything else looks really good. I can read salmon. Welcome this late hour.
Thank you. I was beginning to think my card was lost. So my name is Amanda Whedon. Ooh, I'm a little too close. I'm actually a home education advocate and I'm a Republican voter. So I'm an anomaly here because I believe HB 115 is a fiscally irresponsible bill. The available finances and data and lack of data for the current EFA program point to additional tax obligations and accountability issues if this bill passes. We've heard multiple moral arguments. This is a funding hearing. There's not been one accurate fiscal argument in support of this bill. According to program data, over 70% of participants were already paying for their own choices. My children, all 4 of them, qualify for the EFA program. I am a low-income family. We qualify for the full amount, and as a home educator in New Hampshire, I reject education freedom accounts because it's taxpayer-funded money. The majority of students were not switchers. These are not kids coming out of public schools, as was pitched at the beginning of this program. They are not switchers. So they were not enrolled. They're not included in enrollment numbers. I've heard multiple times Republicans say that this is a savings to taxpayers, but that's fuzzy math. These kids didn't cost 20 grand of taxpayer money. This EFA money of 5 grand is an additional tax obligation. Those kids were never included in the funding, guys. This bill would allow wealthy families who already pay private school tuition taxpayer money for their choice, and this is outrageous. The young lady earlier who referred to people like me as elitist because we refuse this, we reject this. I'm a conservative Republican voter consistently, and this is an outrageous bill. I pay for my own choice to home educate my children, and I should not expect, nor should anyone expect, that my elderly neighbor or the empty nesters should pay for pottery wheels and dance lessons for other people in this state. So I didn't get to all my things, but I just want to say there's too many unanswered questions right now about this current EFA program. It would be irresponsible to expand it, and moral arguments don't pay the bills.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? No. Yes. Professor McGuire.
Thank you. So the reason you homeschool, I guess is what I heard, is because you think the results will be better than if your children went to public school?
I would like to define terms, sir. I'm a home educator, not a homeschooler. There are 4 distinct educational pathways in New Hampshire. I am 3rd pathway. We have very specific rights under the law, and I maintain that I follow the law and rights, and I do what is best for my children without taxpayer-funded money.
Yeah. May I follow up?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So can you distinguish between homeschool and home educate? Or
I would love
maybe
to,
I don't understand.
Representative.
Thank you.
I would love to. Homeschooling has become a generic term, okay? So everybody's homeschooling, and that could include an EFA, which is a 4th educational pathway family that uses this taxpayer money for home education related expenses. So it looks like home education, right? Same day-to-day experience, except they're using taxpayer money to pay for their things. I am not. I'm scrimping and saving as a low-income person with 4 children, a special needs child, that I pay for everything myself. As a conservative Republican, it is my position that people need to pay for their own stuff. So homeschooling is a generic term, but that is not the same as the third educational pathway in New Hampshire that is home education designated under RSA 193A. So homeschooling, generic, EFA could be included in that, right? But home education is very, very specific under the law. So our rights, equal access law, our requirements, everything is very plainly written in law. That's what I like. I want to be left alone. I want to be left out of it. I'm very freedom-minded. I'm a liberty person, and I'm grieved that I'm a conservative Republican here opposing this bill publicly.
Thank you very much.
All right, well,
For clarification, there are 4 pathways to compulsory education: private, public, home education, and the EFA program. Already. So with that, we're
Mr.
gonna-
Chairman,
yes.
I don't think I actually got the answer, an answer to my first question, but
Yep.
if I could try it again or not.
No, I'm
No,
going to go to Representative Damon. She had her hand up for a question, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question and being here. Is there a organized group of, I'm trying to get the term right, home educators?
You better get it right.
And so could you share with us about that, please?
Is there an organized group of home educators that, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the
That either
second part.
you represent or that are of like beliefs and thoughts to yours?
Let me hop in here because this is not relative to the HB 115. Yes, that's a very, very active group that works amongst themselves without all the regulations, et cetera, and we have groups that work with them. So, but we're getting way off the path here.
With respect, Mr. Chair, I just wanted the name of the group so we could follow up if we wanted to.
My name is Amanda Whedon, and I'm very publicly available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The individuals, the group. Okay, Laura, I didn't see any T on there, but okay. But that's fine. Is Laura here?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
My name is Laura Vincent and I live in Loudon, New Hampshire. It is very important that HB 115 be soundly defeated. The best opportunities for the children of New Hampshire to have their educational needs met and their educational opportunities expanded is with New Hampshire public schools. The funds each student receives through their ELA, around $5,000, is not enough to fund private or parochial school tuition. This makes the EFA program useless for families of limited incomes. As studies have shown, EFAs are utilized mostly by families whose children already attend non-public schools. When discussing special education, it is important that everyone realizes the breadth of the spectrum of needs being discussed. We may be talking about children who need occasional one-on-one or small group tutoring to master difficult concepts, or perhaps students with mild hearing loss who may need preferential seating and the opportunity to frequently have teacher instructions repeated. I'm sure that many private and parochial schools can accommodate students with these minimal types of special needs. However, special education also serves children with complex special needs affecting their total educational experiences. Some students may need one-on-one aides serving them all day to assist with their physical needs, or they may need to utilize modified instructional materials. Some students may need speech therapy, occupational therapy, and physical therapy frequently to address their developmental needs. Some students, such as those with severe visual and our hearing deficits need and deserve instruction from teachers who are truly proficient in skills such as reading Braille and communicating with American Sign Language. Such students often need to attend special schools access to their home school district. Private and parochial schools cannot guarantee the provision of such services for these students. Students essentially lose their rights to special education when they withdraw from the public school system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you again. Megan Van Hassel-Beggs. Not here. Kathleen Sloven? Kathleen?
Hello, thank you. My name is Kathleen Slover and I'm from Portsmouth. A quick story about my son's experience in public school. My son struggled through elementary school with ADHD and nonverbal learning disability. One of his IEP reports wrote, "Social concerns are the biggest concern. Self-regulation is a goal for him. It is a concern that these things may impact his ability to be successful." After researching private schools and homeschooling options, I realized these alternatives were ill-equipped to deal with kids with learning differences. In fact, many of the private schools had a box that you checked, and they wouldn't accept you if you got diagnosed with ADHD. So we decided to keep him in the public schools. Fast forward to his sophomore year at Portsmouth High School. This is what his report said. He is a personable, eager, hardworking student with a great sense of humor and a solid moral compass. He's a curious student who wants to do well in all his classes. He is helpful and considerate of the feelings and needs of others. When focused and engaged, he is a leader who sets great examples and always contributes positively to class. The public school helped him manage his learning disabilities. He will graduate college next year and is a proud member of the New Hampshire National Guard. The Portsmouth Public School community is a huge part of those achievements, and looking back, it was the best decision. On behalf of the 90% of the kids in New Hampshire that go to public schools, I would love for them to have that successful story. So please do not siphon funds away from public schools and vote no on HB 115. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Burton.
For the benefit of those who might not know, could you say what an IEP is that you get from a public school system that you may not get from a private school?
Correct. And I'm sorry, I don't even know what it stands for, individual. Thank you. Yeah, he went through a process that is legal. I got well versed in the legality of it, but first he had a 504, which is just offering an outline of what benefits things he would benefit in the classroom. And when those didn't 100% work, he got reevaluated, and then the public school had to offer him services all the way through sophomore year. And it was at the end of his sophomore year that we decided he did not need those services anymore.
Mr. Chair, a follow-up question? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Pay attention now.
I'm trying to read the next page.
I have a question to ask her.
Well,
please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Were you involved in developing those IEPs?
Yes, I met monthly at the schools with the teachers, and I'm going to tell you, it wasn't always easy. But by the end of every school year, we were making progress. I think one of the things that came out of all of this was his confidence and personage was left intact. The public schools did not make him an A student because he's not an A student. But what they did do is make him a resilient. He has an amazing amount of stick-to-itiveness. his ability to manage his ADHD, because in the National Guard, you have to admit that you have you can't be treated for ADHD. He does not take medication for it. And the public school worked with him, and I was there the entire time. A lot of his teachers who came into the IEP meetings all the way through said, hey, you know what? I have ADHD. So the public schools strike me as the, what's the quote on the Statute of Liberty? They take everybody. And what they produce is solid members of the community. This is a kid that went through boot camp, that goes to college. He's doing it all, and he's doing it here in New Hampshire. So I think the public schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Fister? Is that Fister?
Later.
Flater.
That's me.
Oh. Well, you're another David?
It's a solid name. It's a good name.
We're up here trying to discuss that, whether it's an A, an I, or...
Listen, I get it all the time. No worries. All right, check. Sibilance.
You might fill this up a little bit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and how far afternoon we really are. Thank you to the chair and committee for having me. My name is David Flater. I'm from Sunapee in Sullivan County, and I'm here today in opposition of House Bill 115. For the entirety of my pre-college education, I attended one of our town's excellent public schools. Over my time at Sunapee, I was able to both learn and achieve, which advanced me into the person I am before you. My peers and I have been able to attend college, enter the workforce, or pursue other goals with the knowledge that we are backed by a wealth of quality teachings. I'll admit, Sunapee wasn't always perfect, but a lot of the issues people raise as reasons to send their children to private schools on vouchers won't be solved by just sending these kids to a school that doesn't report to the state. When I wanted to change something in my school, I applied to be a student body representative. When I held a seat on the student council, we held sway over school events, and I was included on panels of students that met to advise our principal on rules and policy. The thing to keep in mind is that public schools can and do educate their attendees to a high standard and are good places for developing children to be. The reason I feel confident being here before you as a college freshman is because of the passion and skills imbued in me by my public school education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very, very much. Where are you going to school, David?
I'm going to the University of Tampa in Florida.
That's wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah, it's warm.
We got a good hockey team down in Tampa.
Yeah.
All right, any
questions
for David? Congratulations and thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Paul Edgar? Is Paul here? Nope. Jim O'Connell?
Good late afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. It's nice to be before you again after a little break. I'm Jim O'Connell. I'm the Vice Chair of the Manchester Board of School Committee, and I'm here on behalf of the committee in most of what I'll distinguish the piece that will come from me. But the Manchester Board of School Committee does not support this bill. And we've discussed it. Our education legislation chairman had to leave. Dr. Parr, I think, would have been following me up, but he has distributed paperwork just now that I'd ask you to look at, and he's also extensively gone into articles and studies that you could look at. That's but I'm not going to, I'm not a fan of voucher systems to begin with, and the EFA in particular. But I think we might, those of you who know me, kind of know that. So I'm here today because I think this ought to be an easy decision. With great respect to my friends who would put first and foremost the fiscal rectitude and responsibility. I echo what I heard here earlier about the problems with the current bill already. The audit thing, right? A random 50 people receiving these accounts was looked at, and 25% of them had errors in them. So we know the only other place it's published, we look at the list of places that have gotten the money. 25% of the money is going to Amazon.com. This money has been spent, for instance, down at we don't know where a lot of it is, but we know that it's been used to go to a trip down to Mystic, Connecticut to go to the aquarium. I guess they could afford the gas to go right past the one in Boston because it wasn't good enough. I just don't understand. When we're facing the kind of problems that we're facing in this state financially over this biennium, where we're finding the time and energy to. Remember, this bill would only do this. The only people it's going to affect are people who are earning greater than the median income in the state of New Hampshire. This money would go only to people. Now, we heard a lady talk about SNAP. We look at free and reduced lunch, 150% of the federal poverty rate. We have schools in Manchester with 85, 90% free and reduced lunch, but that's limited to people at 150%. When it comes to special education, Mr. Chairman, we've got 3,500 kids in the city of Manchester who are specially educated. For instance, we have 65 nurses in the city of Manchester, one in each of our 20 schools, and then the rest of them, some of them are one-on-one with students. We have students with great needs. We're spending, think about this, in transportation costs alone for special education, we're spending $13 million a year. Now, when it hurts me, and I do empathize that parenting is, I've got 4 kids, parenting is hard. And when you have kids with extra challenges, it's extra hard. And I know, and I hear the pain, I hear it all the time from parents. But to say that public schools are not making efforts in this regard, we're spending $17 million a year in services beyond, that's not for all the employees we have. That's for outside services. We're sending children all over to 28 different towns and cities to get them the services they need. We have individual students who've gotten close to $1 million worth of special education. So it's an insult to the thousands and thousands of people who work on these children every day to help them and to bring them forward. So I would say one last thing, if I could, Mr. Chairman. I think that if the problem with public education is really there and as extensive as some of our citizens have said here today, I think the State Board of Education, perhaps the other one now, should be, the other committee should be looking at that. If our schools are not doing what we claim that they're doing. So I would ask you to oppose it because it's a luxury at very best we can't afford, and we need accountability for what's going on right now.
Thank you very much.
Tgoing on.
You say Sean's not going to be here too?
No, Sean had to leave.
He had to leave.
He did. But I'd be happy to accept any questions if anybody has.
Are there any questions? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your work. Thank you.
Simone Thurber? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Simonida Thurber, and I'm from Exeter, New Hampshire. When I first saw this bill, that it's the Universal Education Freedom Account, I said, wow, excellent. Finally, something that can, that everybody can rely on. But as soon as I looked at the wording, I realized that it's not universal at all, and that it just benefits now, if Bill 115 passes, it will benefit now only the wealthiest, or in addition to everybody else, the wealthiest people from New Hampshire, and it will not improve the benefits for the lowest income members of our community. The voucher amounts simply do not cover enough for tuition and expenses in most private schools, and even if a family finds a private school that could fit the amount that the budget covers, and it's across the state, they have no way to get their child to that school because vouchers do not cover transportation expenses. And with Governor Kelly Ayotte mentioning or warning us that there would be budget cuts, I'm wondering how the increase in the cost to the state will be covered because now with basically education freedom accounts being open to everyone, the cost is going to skyrocket to over $100 million. And I see two ways of how those costs would be covered, both of which are kind of scary. One is the increase in property taxes. And the ironic thing about that is that it would be all of the members of our community, including the lowest income ones, who would be, through their property taxes, paying for the vouchers that the most wealthy families will be getting. And the other is by reducing the programs in schools. And my children were hugely benefited from music, from art, from world languages that were taught in their cooperative middle school in Stratham, New Hampshire. Thank you. So I'm giving my opinion to oppose Bill 115.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your written testimony. Okay, and next person would be Haley. Cat. I don't know. I couldn't make out the. And
Kavbia, it looks like. Kavbia. It looks like Haley.
Yeah, it's Kaylee. Ned, is Ned here? Teacher? Sue Hannon? My phone's just about done.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sue Hannon. I'm from Derry, and I come speaking for myself in opposition of HB 115. I'm an educator, and I work in the public schools in Manchester. As you're well aware, those of us working hard in public education do not take kindly to these voucher schemes that have infiltrated this and other states, as they siphon money away from the public school systems and have little to no accountability. In this state, we are transparent about public school systems and the funding and holding public meetings that account for every cent that we spend, showing how much every person in the district makes, and being fiscally responsible with taxpayer money. Why then are we even thinking about allowing carte blanche for private education and not asking for any accountability for where this money goes? How does it happen in New Hampshire that a private entity gets to spend taxpayer dollars freely without audit reports and without making sure that applications are done correctly? If the New Hampshire retirement system said, we're not sharing our reports with you, and our audits are yours, but we're still not going to share them, would you let that stand? The data belongs to the state, but we don't have it. I pay my taxes, and I'm very proud to support the Derry Public School District because I want an educated citizenry. Less money from the state for education will end up requiring local property taxes to go up. Reading comments on social media about taxes, I don't see that as faring well for those we have elected. For districts like Manchester, where I work, that have a tax cap, it will cut services deeply. Maybe you don't realize that ultimately it's the taxpayers who pay for these students at least twice in most cases. More often than you realize, students are enrolled in charter or private schools, and the money that should have come to the district is taken away from the public schools to go toward vouchers. The thing is, those kids end up coming back, and we have to pay for them again because that money does not come back to us. That's a huge problem. Again, I come in opposition of HB 115, and I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for teaching.
Thank you.
Brian Betancourt. I don't know. Is that you, Brian Bettencourt? Yeah. You don't want to talk about that too much right now.
I did the best I could. Hi, I'm Brian Bettencourt. Sorry, I'm Brian Bettencourt, resident and taxpayer of Hopkinton, New Hampshire. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 115, removing the income test for the EFA program. As a father of 3 incredible children, our family struggled to find a fit within our town's public school system. With the COVID public school shutdowns, my wife and I created a micro school for our young kids. Then we were introduced to some great alternative education options in New Hampshire. My wife and I are engineers and small business owners, and we struggle to afford the out-of-pocket costs of our children's education while still being forced to pay for the public school system, which isn't a good fit for our family. As a family of 5 in New Hampshire, the income limit for EFA eligibility in 2025 is going to be $131,000. With 2 hardworking parents, our family income exceeds the current limit, but with the high cost of living in New Hampshire, housing, real estate taxes, utilities, food, and medical care, we're struggling while paying for our education investment. The income test encourages parents with desperately needed skills to leave the workforce. It has led my employees to refuse overtime or even full-time scheduling to be eligible for benefits. This income test does not exclude the rich from receiving aid, but instead is disincentivizing hard work and exacerbating the New Hampshire skilled labor force shortage. This isn't about investment bankers and day traders. This is about plumbers, electricians, policemen, engineers, and contractors who make New Hampshire the great and are in tight supply. House Bill 115 EFAs will not eliminate our family's education costs, but will remove the hard work penalty and keep the best New Hampshire workers in the labor force. I've heard a lot about how there is going to be a net positive cost for HB 115. I live in Hopkinton. We spend an average of $28,000 per student per 180 days of education. $28,000. The EFA grant will be about $4,400. That's a 85% reduction in cost of education of my 3 children.
Thank you very, very much. Are there questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is Claudia Estelle. She's coming up. Okay, good. Good evening.
Good evening. I'll try to be quick. Thank you, Chairman Ladd and honorable members of the committee. I'm Claudia Estelle. I'm a resident of Ackworth. I'm a retired educator with over 30 years teaching experience in public schools in New Hampshire. I'm active in the Economic Justice Mission group of the United Church of Christ. And I have taught and been educated in both public and private schools. I have a lot of respect for a variety of educational opportunities. Public schools offer they're the bedrock of our economy and our democracy, and they allow for an educated citizenry, and they give students an opportunity from wherever background they have to have a leg up and to have a stepping stone to equality. So I think I strongly support public schools. I think that they also, our community schools are the pride and joy of our towns. I live in Sullivan County, which is the second poorest county in New Hampshire, and yet our regional school district supports community schools, regional junior highs or middle schools, a regional high school, and we have a variety of programs for special needs children and AP classes and career education and arts and sports. I think we do a really good job. I know that our children went to that school. It wasn't perfect. I've taught in that school, and I know that I didn't do a perfect job every day. But we worked our hardest, and we believed in our children, and we loved them. the staff cannot make up the difference for is budget cuts. And budget cuts were talked about earlier today. I would like to say that there are two kinds of budget cuts I think that people see. One would be when the budget doesn't pass, it becomes news that the budget was voted down. I think the budget cuts that most of us do not see are the budget cuts that come from the administration, the school board, the budget committees that say, sharpen your pencils again. We can't afford to go to the voters with a budget that's this high. So, and I just think that this will also create more income inequality. The children who come from families that can afford to pay for private education will now get a subsidy, and the children who come from families that are financially strapped, the money from the FA isn't going to make a difference for them.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Thank you for the 30 years.
Welcome, thank you. And I did send this to everyone. So.
Thank you. Oh, we do have one question.
No, just it's very good to see a fellow from Fall Mountain District.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lisa Goodwin? The next one's Aid Adekoya. Is that you?
Check to see light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, we're starting to get down there.
Well, thank you very much for all of your patience. You are such good listeners. All the teachers in this room would be so proud of all of you. So thank you so much for that, because I know that that's really hard. So thank you. My name is Lisa Goodwin, and I'm a principal at Cornerstone Christian Academy in Ospey, New Hampshire. But I'm also a 30-year retired public school teacher. I love the public school. I love what it did for my child. But all I'm asking for you to do is to consider the whatever it takes mindset for children. Because as you've heard over and over again today, we've heard words like the public school helps most kids or the majority. I'm here to speak about those kiddos that we have in our school that the public school has either failed them or they just, it wasn't the right fit for who they are as people. I don't know if any of you have children, but each child is unique and each child is special, and each one requires different things for their education. We have several students that have come from the public school because it wasn't the right fit. And all I'm asking is that you would consider a whatever it takes mindset. And we have many, many families who can't access the funding because they're just above that line. We have 61% of our families who do access the EFA. And thank you so much for supporting that. But we also have families who it's really, really hard for them because in that application that they fill out, there's nothing that talks about what their struggles are in life. Whether they have 4 children, or as you heard, somebody had cancer in their family and they had an unexpected cost. Somebody lost a job. All of that is not a story that is told online. And all you can see is that number. And so all I'm asking is for the whatever it takes mindset when you look at those kiddos who the public school is not the right fit for. And I thank you for listening to all of us today. And I'm hoping that you'll make the decision what's best for all kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question? Yes. Representative, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Roughly, what's tuition at your college?
Currently, our tuition is $10,500, and it does not. It's not the accurate number for what it takes to educate the child, but we know that we can't ask for more than that right now because it's really hard for those families. And Ossipee is a very rural, not wealthy area of our state, as you know. So we have a gap, and we have to make up for that quite a bit with fundraising.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Oh, yes. Go ahead, Representative.
I don't even know the answer to this, so I'm asking off the cuff. Can you tell me what you provide for special ed kids?
Well, unfortunately, we cannot. We don't have a stat, we don't have the money to afford a special ed teacher. Now, my heart is for the struggling learner. Would I love to have a special education teacher on our staff? Absolutely. We do have students with IEPs, and we struggle with how to help them because we don't have the staff to accommodate their needs. We do our very, very best because we have small group instruction. However, they can't go back to where they were from due to some of the really hard stories, and I'm not going to go through those stories with you, but they come from really hard stories about how the public school was not the right fit for their family, and they can't go back. And they both work. So what do? They find the closest other source of education for their family. So I wish we could provide that because I love the struggling learners. They are my jam. But we can't provide for them because we don't have the money for a staff member. Because we want to keep the cost down for a large population of people.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Representative Burton.
I'm surprised by your last statement because the federal law requires every student to get a free and appropriate education in the least restrictive environment. But your school can't provide that, and I guess some of the other schools can't either. Is that correct?
We cannot provide what the public school does because the public school guarantees those things. We as a private school cannot guarantee those things, but we can do our very, very best in a small group instruction environment to provide the best that we can. But we don't have, if the IEP requires that child to have a staff member to be with them, we can't, and we let them know before they sign on the agreement that that is not something that we can provide. So they understand that going into our school.
And please know I respect what you're doing. I'm not in any way critical of that.
No.
Thank you for your answer.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Aid, Adekoya. Catherine Abbott. Good.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Catherine Abbott. I'm from Portsmouth. I'm a traditional home educator. EFA is not homeschool and I feel needs to be kept separate and clearly defined. I receive zero funding from any government agencies. My family's annual income is under the federal poverty guidelines, and I'm a single mother. So I in no way feel that I am an elitist, as commented earlier. But this in no way has kept me from providing a robust, quality, multifaceted education for my children. I'm able to do this by living within my means and being a good steward of the resources the Lord has given me and by His grace. Proponents for universal EFAs claim that the program will be giving families a choice. This harkens to we're from the government and we're here to help. I maintain that universal EFAs are not giving parents a choice. Parents have always had a choice. Parents have a choice. Universal EFAs will be giving families a higher tax burden and more government oversight. I see that there is a lot of money to be made and political power to be gained through EFA policy. It's my position that universal EFAs will be paving the way for increased taxes, new taxes such as a sales tax, increased oversight and regulation imposed on non-public school families, overreaching policy by government agencies, and the loss of the New Hampshire advantage. I've noted these concerns out of looking at other states that have implemented such programs. I believe South Dakota and Arizona, I believe those were what I was looking at. I feel the universal EFA bill is dangerous, and the end game is more government control and intrusion in families that just want to be kept out of it. I'm respectfully requesting that the state be fiscally responsible with taxpayer money and a good steward of the resources by voting against universal EFAs. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you very much. Dave Dupuy?
That's it.
You almost hit the lottery here.
So I pronounce it Depew, but my whole family pronounces it Depuy.
Well,
Why?
well, there's the Pew in Buffalo, New York.
Families from New York, from the Dutch area where it's Depew. And I also had my daughter here until recently to have a kid who was in public school. My name's Dave Depew. I'm from Candia, New Hampshire. I'm opposed to lifting the cap. My only claim to fame is that I was on the Board of Selectmen in Candia I served one term and then I didn't run again. There are some very good private schools in this state, including Holderness Academy, St. Paul's School, Derryfield, Phillips Exeter Academy. They cost $50,000 plus. They have programs. St. Paul's School has a program. If the family makes less than $150,000, tuition free. Phillips Exeter Academy, if the family makes $125,000 or less, tuition free. If they're making hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, and there are many more in this state than you might think, they pay the full boat. So my question to this committee is, why should low-income New Hampshire taxpayers contribute money to give $5,200 to people in the EFA program making hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars? I mean, we've got people in Candia who are scraping by to pay their taxes. They're living on Social Security and their savings. They paid off their mortgage over a lifetime, and now they find out they're getting a tax bill that probably approaches what they were paying for a mortgage. Instead, I would say we ought to be paying money to the public schools, because Governor Sununu, in his executive summary for 2024-25, had a graph showing that for 15 years, from 2008 to 2023, state aid to education went up 12.3%. Inflation went up 41%. We've been underfunding our schools, not just that's Democratic, Republican legislatures and administrations for years. And the result has been people are dissatisfied with their public schools, that we've been underfunding for 15 years or more. We need to put more money in our public schools. I went to public schools. My kids went to public schools. They're the backbone of the educational system of this country and this state, and we ought to fund them.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you again.
Thank you.
Rena Pettit?
Very dedicated bunch, especially those asking questions after the speaker has spoken.
Have a good evening.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Rina Pettit. I live in Litchfield. The petition I will be reading to you was circulated over the past 3 days and collected 35 signatures, of which 25 are Litchfield residents and the remainder are residents of Hudson, Goffstown, Londonderry, Manchester, Mount Vernon, and Somersworth. We oppose House Bill 115. The state legislature has an opportunity to act to make meaningful school funding change this legislative session. New Hampshire schools have affirmed over and over, decade after decade, the state's constitutional obligation to fund an adequate education, and reaffirm this in the Superior Court decisions in 2023. The state continues to fail to meet its constitutional obligation to fund public education, leaving a significant gap in funding between what it contributes per student and the actual cost of education. The difference is driving New Hampshire's property tax rates to be among the very highest of the 50 states. In the Conval case, the court wrote base adequacy can be no less than $7,300 $56.01 per pupil per year, and the true cost is much higher than that. If the legislature adopted such a change, it could shift more of the responsibility for funding public education to the state and reduce local property taxes. HB 115, relative to universal eligibility for Education Freedom Account program, could cost the state approximately $102 to $130 million in the 2025-2026 school year. In closing, those schools are funds that would be diverted from the Education Trust Fund, the state's public school funding source. It's imperative for the state legislature to ensure all such funds are used to benefit public schools and the property taxpayers supporting them, and not divert that funding for universal EFAs. As New Hampshire residents, parents, and property taxpayers, we are calling on the legislature to develop an equitable and comprehensive school funding solution that works for every community in New Hampshire. It's time for the state to meet its constitutional funding obligation to public schools and provide property tax relief significantly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Christine Siebert? Deborah House? Hard getting out of that seat sitting in all day long, isn't it, Deborah?
Didn't sit for too long.
Okay.
Good evening, Chairman Ladd and members of the Education Funding Committee. It's good to be here. My name is Deborah Howes. I am president of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire. I represent 3,500 members, mostly in pre-K through 12 public education, as well as faculty at both public and private universities and city and town employees across the state. And I'm going to try and not be too repetitive with things that other people have already said. But the New Hampshire Constitution guarantees every Granite State child the right to the opportunity of a great public education, no matter which district they live in. And that is a robust education, not just bare bones. They have the right to small class sizes, robust curriculum, individual attention, academic support when they need it, behavioral support, and a complete education that prepares them for the workforce, the service, and higher education and civic participation in their communities. That's what we are building in our state. That's what our communities deserve. And the state has the obligation to fund that. That is a have to with our revenue and our funding. The voucher program is a want to. So spending on vouchers, that's something that the legislature has decided to do. And we are opposing HB 115 because making that program universal is taking limited resources that we have in the state with decreasing revenues coming in and a predicted shortfall this fiscal year at the end of the year. And the governor already telling us we have to tighten our belts and cut the state budgets. You aren't going to have enough money to fund both. We can't afford two education systems. Was that 2 minutes already?
That's 2 minutes.
Okay, in that case, I will pass around my testimony, but you have an obligation to all of our public school students to fully fund public schools. And as much as it is great that parents want to find a better fit, the state does not have an obligation to fund it, and it can't afford it right now. And you can read the rest of it in my testimony.
All right, thank you. Next, is Christine here?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. We don't usually get to say that up here. My name is Christine Seibert, Representative Christine Seibert. I represent.
If you're a rep, you should really put your name down.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot to.
You don't have to, but it's nice. Kind of gets you up in the ante a little bit.
I forget sometimes. Yeah, so my name is Representative Christine Seibert. I'm from Manchester's Ward 1. And I won't take up much of your time, but I really enjoyed some of the just previous speakers that we had. I feel like we're hearing a lot of very important voices that need to be heard in this conversation. There's like really two main arguments that are very highly politicized in this whole, just everything we're talking about with the expansion and the vouchers in general. And a lot of bad arguments going around with the entire thing. The one huge problem I have with this, especially this particular bill with expanding the vouchers, is the lack of accountability and transparency. And, you know, the biggest thing is the audit. We weren't allowed to, well, we're supposed to be able to look at the audit. It's very confusing as to why we cannot subpoena the papers we need to do. I feel like we should not take any action on this particular bill until we can fully get those numbers to see what is going on with that. And is this worth expanding? And also how much money is just not being accounted for. I feel like a big part of folks that are being left out of this argument as well are the taxpayers who have no children, such as myself. It is not fair for them, especially with a large majority of our population being over, you know, being in the elderly age range and retired. They can't afford that. They live on fixed incomes, and this will cause property taxes to go up. So in turn, I would just like us to actually keep the school choice we've had all along and fully fund our public education system, which honestly we never tried to do in the first place when the lawsuits were brought up back with Claremont. Thank you for your time. And I appreciate, everything you guys are doing. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Brian Hawkins.
Mr. Chair.
Well, if you have to go, you gotta go. That's right. We've had several already do that because of that.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire. Looking forward to getting to know the new committee members here as we go forward. So I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 115. As you are aware, there's 2 court decisions that have been making their way through the process, but it thus far has reaffirmed that the state is not meeting its obligation under our Constitution to provide an adequate public education. I'm going to skip a lot of things that I have in some written testimony. But since House Bill 115 would throw open the door to diverting more public funds for a second private voucher education, I think you need to look at the experience that the states who have done so have had with this adventure. And that is, first we'll look at Arizona. The program is costing $1 billion a year now in taxpayer dollars. It is responsible for half of the budget deficit that they faced this past year. And in order to fill that budget gap, they had to do significant cuts to a number of programs, including to higher education. And we know that the only other place for that to be made up at the local level, as has been stated today, is local property taxes. Because as we have seen in New Hampshire and in the states that have expanded to either a universal program or even significantly with some of the proposals that were failed last year here in the state, 75 to 80% of those students are students who are not in a public school. And so that is new funds that the state has to come up with. And as I said, is now a second education system that the state is obligating itself to fund. So I'll close with saying, instead of sending more taxpayer money to private schools, we should focus on the public schools where nearly 90% of our children attend, not take money away from them. We need to do things like reduce class sizes. We need to solve the teacher shortage and the educator shortage crisis that we are under. We need to fund special education, and we need to reduce class sizes. And so with these questions in mind, NEA New Hampshire respectfully asks the Education Funding Committee to find House Bill 115 inexpedient to legislate. I appreciate your time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for, yes, Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Does your organization represent just teachers, or is it other employees of schools?
Sure. We represent a variety of employees in schools, but They are teachers, paraprofessionals, various support staff roles in schools. Some of it depends on the school district, but not superintendents, for example, or principals. Yeah.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you.
Now, I got some cards here we went through, and I'm going to read some names off in case somebody's here that's, want aid. It's ADE here. Nope. Haley. Ned. Sean. No, he was. Paul. Megan. Jody. She left, I know. Nancy. Linda. He's not here. Laura. Richard. Charles. Janine. She left. Leah. Leah. Paul. Rofa. Do you have a card that you? Well, I was in another room and a couple of times the thing went out. So, once. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Can. Yeah, you won the lottery. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Thank you very much for. Can I left here and he died out? You're gonna get a ticket and I put money in the meter quick. Okay. So, just want to say. Can you give us your name, please? Roger B.L.
Roger.
Right. Yeah.
Did that do it? Roger Blow, B-L-E-A-U. Yes.
Okay.
I lived in New Hampshire all my life. I was attached to the 5th Special Forces in Vietnam from August 69 to August 70. Okay, so I was born in Nashua. I went to Catholic schools all my life. As a matter of fact, in the 8th grade, my classmate was Mark Ayotte, the governor's father, and I also went to Bishop Bradley with him, graduated from there, so I have that association with them. I am against this bill, even though I went to Catholic schools all my life, and it's interesting because when I was going to Catholic school, you know how they funded it? The nuns were paid $1 a day, and the rest was paid from bingo. Bingo is a big thing, and that's supported our schools. So I'm opposed to this because even though I went to Catholic schools, my parents paid for it. The taxpayer didn't have to pay for it, and it was our choice. And I thought it was appropriate because I had the special education I wanted. I had half a day in French, and half a day I had Catholic education. So the whole time, nobody else had to pay for it. We paid for it because that's what we wanted. We wanted it differently. So meanwhile, my kids went to public school in Manchester, and one of the teachers, Mrs. Berube, helped my oldest granddaughter that went to that school, 5th grade, when she transferred from Ithaca, New York. She had troubles. That Mrs. Berube helped her a lot. And there's other incidences. Another of his sister, she ended up being the national championship goalie. And so as a result, she got a full boat scholarship to Cushing Academy. It was $75,000 a year. After 1 year, she says, "No, I'm going back to Central." So I really think the public schools do a good job. And I'm gonna insult you guys, but to me the main problem is we're all fighting over the money because you guys didn't do your job. You're not fulfilling the Constitution and adequately funding our education system. And I think that's wrong on your part. I know a lot of the voters say, "I don't want to pay the taxes." I'm willing to pay the taxes because we need it because it's for our kids. And to not do that is criminal. It's negligent. It's against the Constitution. So to me, you guys just celebrated cutting the interest and dividends tax, which cut $160 million off our budget. We could have used that for the schools. So to me, I'm willing to have a sales tax, income tax, both taxes, whatever. I don't care. Let's take care of our kids. But for all of the kids, that way we take care of all the needs. Because I think, like it has been said, a lot of people are dedicated to the kids. And in another incident, one of my children, I was very homophobic, came out to a guidance counselor and helped her get through school until she was felt comfortable enough to tell me about it. So the school systems, the people, school teachers are so dedicated. They really love the kids. They care for the kids. Their best interests, and we got to give them the resources that can continue to do a good job. That's my say. So please raise taxes, get money for the kids, please.
Thank you, Roger.
Yeah.
Any questions from the committee?
Okay.
No, I don't see.
All right.
Thank you for waiting through
All right.
this.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the crowd that wishes to speak? Thank you. Then I will declare this hearing closed. We are adjourned. Wow.
Move to Massachusetts and pay all the tax.